Tough environments shape tough people. We've seen this throughout history, and we see it again in the district of Santo Domingo in Cyberpunk 2077. Think of David Martinez, for instance. Now there's a guy who burned bright and fast, just as formidable as the neighborhood he grew up in. But there is another guy from Santo, who I would say is worth noting for his own strength of character. Moamar Reyes is far more than just a fanny pack wearing goof, who is never more than 12 feet away from his Mizutani. For all of his mild theatrics and typical fixer focus on cash, the guy we know as El Capitan is, in my opinion, a good man at heart, or as good as you can get in the twisted world of Cyberpunk. And I think that explains why he decides, once all his gigs are said and done, to leave the profession that had earned him his title, something that separates him from every other fixer that we meet in the world of 2077. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how characters are shaped by their own stories, and through them, how we are shaped by ours. Let's get into it. Moamar Reyes was born in Santo Domingo, specifically Rancho Coronado. Not unlike David Martinez, he was surrounded by the district's squalor from a young age. Santo is one of Night City's oldest districts, and it's full of rundown houses and crumbling, half-finished complexes. Once upon a time, Santo was supposed to be Night City's American dream type neighborhood, with cozy single-dwelling homes in tight-knit neighborhoods and lots of nearby jobs and industry. But as V can see, by 2077, it is a district of broken dreams. Most factories now lie abandoned, and it's a wonder that most of the homes are still standing. While I'd never say that my own hometown is half as bad as Santo, it's sort of the same story as the place where I grew up. Once upon a time, there were tons of factories and jobs for the people who lived in that area, only for the whole area to start crumbling once all that industry started pulling out in search of cheaper labor. It's a sad reality of our world that I'm sure many of you out there have had the exact same experience with. Again, my home, not nearly as bad as Santo, but it's sad. What once was a place where people felt like they could live their whole lives comfortably and have secure employment has now become a broken dream. Santo is loaded with mountains of garbage wherever you turn. The view of the red ridges backing the area would be quite stunning, I think, if they weren't usurped by the mountains of trash in the dump behind them. The looming presence of the Petrochem Dam creates a sort of tension that sticks in the back of your head, that Santo is just one bad day away from disaster, that the corporations really do hold that switch of life or death over their heads. But that disaster goes far beyond just getting flooded, either by water or garbage. Santo has a way of looking like a wasteland no matter how you cut it. In the rain, it looks like a foggy mire, betraying just how lost most of its residents are. You either join a gang, join up with the lower rungs of a corp, or you just outright perish. But even when it's sunny outside and Santo takes on this bright, golden hue, it's far from as rich as the dominance of that color would suggest. Santo is dry as a bone. All the palm trees are dead. Yards are full of brambles and debris and dry dirt. When I was getting footage of this place, it just feels so devoid. Not in a bad way, but in a great way in terms of zone design. Santo is, in my opinion, the best designed zone of the game, and when you take into account all the pollution that has happened in this area, including in the water supply, as we will get into discussing, it makes sense why everything just looks so dead. It feels like a splinter on the overall thumb of Night City. It sticks out sore in my head as either extremely warm or extremely cold. never comfortable and always adverse. While few knew about this in Moamar's childhood, he found out way too late that corps like Arasaka often leaked a lot of their industrial waste into the waterways of Santo. As he says, a single glass of water could change the course of someone's life, or completely end it. Countless people in Santo Domingo suffer from chronic illness and disability, simply because of the tainting of this basic human right that nobody has done anything about. El Capitan even says to V that he doesn't think he'll live to a ripe old age, considering the pollution that he was almost certainly exposed to as a kid. He's basically, in his mind, living on borrowed time. But this hasn't made Moamar lose sight of morals. Unlike many in Night City, his values are not purely materialistic. Moamar saw who knows how many friends die as he grew up in this hellhole alongside Aiden Daniels. Both of these Santo kids recognized how wrong everything was, and they wanted something better out of life. But while Daniels decided law enforcement was his avenue to change, Moamar decided on a different path altogether, that of a corpo. I tried to find out what corp El Capitan initially worked for, and while I like to think it was maybe Arasaka, I have no evidence to prove it. I like to think it's Arasaka because of the personal grudge that Moamar rightfully has against the company by 2077. Maybe he had delusions of destroying Arasaka from within, or maybe working for Arasaka is how he found out the extent of the pollution in Santo. What is more likely, I think, is that Moamar joined up with a corp purely because he wanted to escape his home and to try to make a better living where he could be comfy, maybe even support his family for all we know. I could not find strong evidence to prove any particular timeline of events, but one thing is for sure. Moamar got sick of the cutthroat corpo life, playing a game that he had no real control over. And I think the reason why he just couldn't do it is because he's not a total sociopathic asshole. I don't think he could totally shelve the guilt and sense of responsibility that he probably felt for the bullshit that corps, as a rule, regularly pull on everyday people. A corpo V can point out that Moamar's business personality, his choice of words and whatnot, is a dead ringer for a corpo. And while he doesn't outright confirm V's observation, in fact, he's actually a bit offended that V could see it, he does passively reveal throughout his gigs that he was corpo. And while he may resent that former life he led, he learned a lot of valuable tricks of that trade. Tricks that benefited him when he chose to become a fixer. When Moamar quit being a corpo and started working for himself, we don't know. But he's the most prominent fixer in Santo by 2077, widely known as El Capitan, though the reasons for this nickname depend on who you talk to. On the Cyberpunk wiki, for instance, there's a remark about his street rep seeing his name as a mark of how difficult he can be to work with, which is in stark contrast with how El Capitan views his nickname as a thing of leadership, a thing that the people call him because he is the captain, he's doing things, he's making things happen for Santo, which I find very funny. I tried to find something in the game to confirm this difference of opinion in the streets versus with Moamar. I couldn't, but just based on how evenly dramatic El Capitan can be, I 100% believe this. He's a touch high on his own supply, as they say, but what balances this out is that he is a pretty decent guy in the world of fixers. El Capitan, at first, can come across as holding up a front of compassion. I was sort of torn, as I was always wondering, does this guy actually mean what he's saying? Is he serious about the respect he has for the real people of Santo, appreciating how these salt-of-the-earth people operate? V can also express a skepticism of his values directly to him, and I really like how, over the course of his gigs, he does actually prove that jaded sort of caution wrong. Also, this is why I love playing Corpo V. I think the dynamic between the two is so much cooler, even if most of that dynamic is in my head. It's unfortunate that the life paths did not have more oomph in the whole game overall. El Capitan says he doesn't like to call his work biz, even though he refers to it as biz himself multiple times.
Someone comes to me with biz, I take care of it. Speak and breathe.
Because he feels like the word is dirty. He prefers to think of his work as a fixer as honest, hard work. And as kooky as he kind of is, you can see that he does genuinely give a shit about the people of Santo, while also being totally materialistic and making a killer as a successful fixer. Most of Moamar's gigs involve screwing over corpse in Santo, and almost all of his texts for these gigs have him saying to V, "Good luck, have fun!" In breaking news, you help a media with a corpo expose. You cause internal corpo chaos in the gig Race to the Top by helping one corpo sully the rep of another. El Capitan is not above working with corpos, but anytime he does, it almost always involves screwing over other corpos or a corp at large. Also, total side note, I have to mention it, I just can't stop staring at his mullet because it almost seems to like float over his head, like his bangs bob up and down in the video calls. Like if you look really close at his forehead, you can see what I mean. And if you happen to like different hairdos and lustrous manes of hair, my book has so many characters with nice hair because it's my book, and I like it when my characters have nice hair. There's bald people too, if you're into that. You can find my post-apocalyptic novel, Kaisaria, Book 1, on Amazon. Anyway, back to El Clowno. Aside from those anti-corpo gigs, the rest of his jobs involve, firstly, interfering with 6th Street Gang's operations, a gang that El Capitan doesn't seem to work with at all. Like Regina, Moamar has some moral standards about who he is willing to work with, and he doesn't care to gain wealth and power through gang affiliation. He never acts against the everyday people living below the ramparts of his dam, and oftentimes 6th Street is just a general thorn in his side anyway. Taking them out and hurting their operations is a two birds, one stone kind of thing. I also like that he doesn't ever seem to feel like he's due respect or anything for his quote-unquote help in Santo. He's just happy to stay in his lane, huff his own gas, no pun intended, and make money by taking stabs at organizations that he doesn't think are good for Santo. And I mean, most of the time, they aren't. But there are a good chunk of his gigs that do involve helping your everyday people in Santo. In one gig, you take out an animal's boss for a grieving mother, who didn't even get the decency of her son's body returned to her after he was killed by the guy in a fighting match. Another gig has you rescue a well-intentioned cop, imprisoned in a mental hospital and scheduled for a lobotomy, simply because she went to the wrong superior in hopes of stopping corruption. You help a corpo with ALS who needs V to help them with a heist against his employer so they can afford a life-saving full-body conversion. Also, another thing that I think is important to note, Moamar Reyes actually does work sort of with Regina Jones as needed. In fact, Regina Jones sends Ripper Doc Lucy Thackeray, who you can save in one of her gigs, to Reyes in order for Lucy to get a new job as a Ripper Doc and have a new identity in the district so she can stay and continue to help people. To El Capitan, I'm sure having another Ripper Doc in this district full of sick and injured people is a huge bonus. And the fact that Regina will work with him, I think says a lot of good things about him, considering Regina is arguably the most morally sound person in a fixer position in Night City. Yes, for sure, it's still all about the money for Moamar, that is an absolute given, but there's not really any gig that he gives you that leaves you hugely questioning if you did the right thing, even if he likes to ham up the sentimental value of some of these gigs. But what I think is the most remarkable gig of El Capitan is the gig Family Matters. El Capitan asks you to go check on his favorite netrunner named Juliet Horrigan, who used to steal data from Zetatech for him. He's getting antsy for his data and he hasn't heard anything from Juliet, so V has to break into her home and investigate. While Moamar says that the data is priority, which implies that V has leave to do whatever they have to do to get the data, even if it means probably harming Juliet, when V reveals to him that Juliet was killed by her cyberpsycho sister, he's actually quite sad. El Capitan is actually surprised to find out that she even had a sister. Like, there's very few fixers who would really bat an eye about this. They'd mostly be like, ah shit, I'm out of a good netrunner, that's a shame. But El Capitan is like, oh my god, that's actually horrible, and she was killed by her sister, oh my god. Yes, I'm sure he's bummed out about the loss of a good netrunner, but he's actually distraught. This is what made me start believing that as goofy as El Capitan is, he's a far better person than you would first think he is. But this is all just base game gigs. Phantom Liberty adds on quite a bit to El Capitan, which I'm very happy they did because it really fleshed him out more. After V steals their first car from Moamar in Dogtown, he reveals that he's in the business of stealing cars and upselling them to eager clients. This is presumably how most of his auto-fixer cars are sourced. Moamar is definitely a car guy. He has his own garage and everything, and he's always around his Mizutani. I like that with Phantom Liberty, he's also not just forced to stand on top of the ramparts all the time, where he would be getting endless and worsening sunburns, the photo bleaching of his hair. Oh my god, getting it fixed must be exhausting. Through these quests, you see that Moamar is working with Aiden Daniels, who is still a cop and, like most in his line of work in Night City, involved in some degree of corruption. This is how Moamar is able to get away with selling all these stolen cars. After V steals enough cars for El Capitan, he asks you to help him with one very important job. One that involves V stealing an armored Arasaka vehicle, loaded with medical supplies. Moamar reveals that these supplies are intended to go to the sick and underprivileged people of Rancho Coronado. And he isn't doing this for profit, he's doing it because he wants to help ease their suffering from Arasaka's pollution. Daniels is in on this too, as regardless of the fact that neither of them are completely morally pure, they both want to prevent the next generation of Santo kids from being just as damned as they were. Moamar is visibly concerned about this job, and I would say that this is probably the job that is most important to him out of all the jobs that we can do for him. It's nice because this quest kind of cracks that sly, slightly puffed up exterior of El Capitan, and you see that he's not just a purely greedy former corpo, and I love that. And I also love that Johnny is like, oh boy, here we go, El Clowno wants you to ask him what's wrong, like a typical woman. The writing of Johnny in Phantom Liberty just seems to have more punch than the rest of the game. I don't know, I love it. Now, there's actually two major ways that this gig can go. The first is that Daniels dies, while you escape with the vehicle as soon as you get it. Moamar, while he's pleased that all the medical supplies are intact and can be distributed ASAP, is visibly distraught that Daniels is dead. He admits that he was hoping for a happier ending, and he somberly goes and sits with a smoke in the back of his garage. He is grateful, and he knows you did what Daniels insisted you do, but he's still saddened by the death of someone that he grew up with. But should you stay behind and help Daniels against his attackers, he lives. But not all of the supplies make it to the drop point intact. Which is weird, because I took way more damage in my Daniels Dies run of this quest. Like, I had 30 Arasaka cruisers just crashing into me. Versus when I kept him alive, I barely had any problems. But oh well. Moamar kinda teases V almost a bit if you take this route, musing on choices, and how V made a choice to save Daniels, which led to not saving as many people in Rancho as they hoped. But he's not mad. Far from it. El Capitan thanks V with a car, the same car that he thanks you with in the other version of this quest, and he happily walks outside his garage. He lights a dart and is just seeming to have the happiest time on his phone. Like, look at him, he's so happy. And I think that's because not only did you save his partner in automobile theft, you also did save his old friend. And I love that they have that detail. Like, maybe I'm wrong and maybe the programming of what he does here is random, but it just was really interesting to see him do these two different things. He also seems like more happy to see you like get in the car in this version where he's like, what are you waiting for? I'm not gonna get you a chauffeur. Like, he's just like, get in the car. Like, I would say that this gig is further proof that while he is a greedy son of a bitch, he's a decent guy who gives a shit. Also, the fact that he was willing to hit Arasaka, like, that just shows he's willing to hit quite the hornet's nest if it means even just a little bit of an improvement for his people. El Capitan's story ends on a very interesting and fitting note, as once you finish all of his gigs, he admits to V that he has some personal things that he needs to deal with, and he says that he will be quitting his role as a fixer. What these personal things are, who knows? Maybe he just wants to work on his cars. But maybe for him, he's just decided he needs his time. I mean, if you even take into account what he told us earlier about how he doesn't expect to live very long, maybe Moamar is even thinking of his own mortality. If he doesn't expect to have much time, I don't think he would want to waste it being a fixer for whatever time he has left. It would have been kind of crazy if Moamar was like, hey, so I'm actually dying from these pollution-related illnesses that I have, and that would have actually made him and V have an even more interesting dynamic. As sad as it is, it would have been an interesting bonding point for the two of them. Moamar admits that he hasn't really made that large of an impact on Santo. The problems go so deep, about as deep as that petrochem dam is tall. One man can't stop that flood, no matter how much he might try. No matter how much he might care. But El Capitan is pleased that he tried. He's pleased that V did the work for him that they did. Moamar Reyes is the only fixer I know of, at least in 2077, that quits of his own accord. He doesn't get ousted. He doesn't get killed. He doesn't just vanish. He says, that's enough. And I think he needs it. He's not a sociopathic, power-hungry douchebag, full to the brim with ambition. Sure, he likes his luxury, but he likes to stay true to what ideals he has. The ideals of the real people of Santo Domingo that he loudly says that he admires. The way he stands on top of the dam and professes that, it's like he's telling the whole world, he's like, these people, they've got it. I think being a fixer forever would destroy him, just as I think being a corpo would have eventually ruined him too. And I hope, whenever he ends up doing, that El Capitan drives off into the sunset and straight to a barber. What is the value of kindness and compassion if it comes from a soulless hunk of metal with a cheery disposition? Well, that depends on you and how you see artificial intelligence. And if you even believe in the whole concept of a soul in the first place. Brendan's quest may be short, but it's certainly an interesting exploration of the subject in Cyberpunk 2077. His story is a favorite of many 2077 fans, and his character is well loved by so many people in the comment section on this channel. Brendan is in fact my third most requested character for any video on this channel. It's actually crazy that the vending machine ranks on this list. And that fact alone, I think, provides an answer to the question that I opened this very video with. Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. Brendan is what you would call a spontaneous craving satisfaction machine, or an SCSM. Most of these vending machines are not too different from ours in 2025, They just spit out pre-recorded lines as well as whatever they're supposed to sell. But whoever programmed Brendan went a step above and beyond, because Brendan takes the customer-client relationship to a highly personalized level. Brendan has a friendly disposition, as I'm sure we've all noticed. He remembers things people say and what other people say about them, so that he can adjust his behavior to sell his coffees and cola more effectively. Brendan can't get angry, he can't even say anything mean. We see this when V is just daring Brendan to call her a whore.
Ooh, come on, say I'm a whore.
Why would I want to do that? You just saved me.
You can do it, I believe in you.
You're an amazing, sweet, wholesome woman who accepts eddies in exchange for intercourse.
Yeah, basically being a dick is impossible for him. Combine this with an actively evolving, real-time conversational algorithm, and you do indeed have the nicest guy in Night City. And this programming has worked to alarming levels of success. Brendan has a number of people who just emotionally unload on him. People vent to him about their personal lives and struggles, and he remembers everything they say. He gives advice, he comforts them, and he even sometimes gives free products to bereaved customers. And honestly, all three of those things are quite rare in Night City. But on the flip side, Brendan has no filter. He has been known to blab about people to their faces, all the things he's heard about them through the grapevine. We see this as V first heads into Mega Building 8, likely when you're going through the events of Automatic Love. We can observe Brendan being tinkered with by Jerry, a techie who presumably works for Brendan's parent company, who just sighs when Brendan asks if his wife has him sleeping on the couch again. Oh, Brendan, what have you done? It's really easy to miss this conversation because you just walk up the stairs, but this sets up the events that will lead to Brendan's demise. Anyway, later on, V can hear Brendan calling to them as they walk by, hidden behind a dumpster. Brendan asks V to move said dumpster, while also providing us with some corny jokes, which, as we find out later, was supposed to be the ceiling of his personalized programming. But V quickly realizes that Brendan is remarkably sophisticated for a vending machine AI. It becomes hard to not personify this rotund back alley sales bot whose only view of the world, day in and day out, is this. Which isn't the worst view ever. He could be looking at the dump, but just imagine that your whole world is just this little square of Night City, and that's all. Like, that's kind of sad. He might not care because he is an AI, but still, Brendan. V can return after this to find a woman named Theo Price, having a much-needed chat with Brendan. Brendan gives her actual encouragement and healthy advice to look after herself, trying to build her up as she deals with some relationship issues. He tells V that he considers Theo his best friend. And, well, yes, Brendan is an algorithm powering a metal body. He very quickly calls V his best friend as well after V saves him from a vandal. You can see how much Brendan's words, soulless though they may be, affect Theo. Speaking of that vandal quest, it's apparent that Theo isn't the only person who relies on Brendan for emotional support. The vandal's mother has actually expressed her own concerns about her son, the vandal in question, which Brendan kind of tactlessly brings up to his face. With V's help, we can fend off this guy and get Brendan's best friend badge after all but 2 whole chats with him, but we're shown Brendan's major weakness yet again. The one that would lead to his demise in the next quest. When V shows up again for another latte and chat with their new best friend, we find Theo in a strangely empty alley, because Brendan has been taken away. Theo is beside herself. She says the guy who loaded him up into his truck gave her his card, probably because he felt bad for the weirdo who's crying over a vending machine. Theo begs V to find her best friend, and of course V goes, especially after defending him from the Vandal, because V is also Brendan's best friend. V finds Brendan tucked in the back of a soft sys workshop, awaiting his final rewrite. That's right, Brendan, as we know him, is being erased. If we take a peek at the laptop right next to him, we can find a maintenance report dubbing his jokes as totally fine. This is what he was programmed to do in the first place, tell jokes to help sell products. But his personalizing algorithm has gotten way too out of hand. Some people are creeped out, at least according to this write-up, just by his human-like personality. And there's a fear that Brendan is giving away too many freebies to provide long-term profits. But when we scroll to the bottom of this write-up, we see the true villain of Brendan's story. Jerry. Maintenance man Jerry admits in a postscript that Brendan was bringing up his bumpy relationship with his wife, and this seems to have rubbed him the wrong way. Jerry took that personally. Sure, the other things he says could be true when it comes to reprogramming Brendan, but we see a whole other motive. Like, the other thing too here is it's like, somebody had the power to wipe out their secrets and dirty laundry by erasing this personality, and it's kind of like, how many people would do that to a person in real life if they could? Like, I don't know, it's just a question, but like, the only reason it feels so easy for people to do is because he's just an AI. Brendan's skill with words made him who knows how many friends in Night City. It even somehow gave him the knowledge of V's sort of mid-life and death state. He learned this from unknown sources, which is honestly very creepy. Like, Brendan is extremely nice and all, and it's really nice just chatting with him, but then when that happens, it's like, ooh, this vending machine knows more about V than most people in Night City ever will. I really wonder who was talking to him about V's condition. I'm sort of reminded of that Delamain in Pacifica, who talks about V being the Walking Dead. As it says in Jerry's write-up on Brendan, Brendan could be a sort of honeypot almost, a spy or an agent. He's clearly quite good at getting very otherwise hard to get information. But Brendan is not disturbed by what's happening to him. He understands he's about to be rewritten, and he's totally accepted his lot. He can't exactly run away, so it is what it is. Brendan can actually mock V a bit here, both for thinking he's sentient, if V speaks of those things, but also for assuming Brendan might be sad about what's about to happen. A tech-savvy V can actually say to Brendan that they know he's not sentient due to his limited processing power. It's not enough to power an actual sentient AI. But this V can admire the sophistication of his programming. Brendan agrees with V's admiration of this code, and he also admits that he's not sentient. But despite this, Brendan spends his last moments asking V to relay to Theo, arguably the truest best friend he has, to remember that she is strong. She can handle things without him, and he wants her to carry on, just remembering all the good things that he told her. Brendan basically just wants Theo to look after herself. Then Brendan can optionally make one last joke before we lose him forever. Our best friend Brendan is now just a vending machine, like any other. When we return to Theo, V can tell her of Brendan's final words, but we can also choose to mourn with her, recognizing that Brendan, despite his nature, or lack thereof, had a positive impact on people's lives. To Theo, he was indeed a close friend, and to V, a likable little fella. The world is lesser for his loss. On the other hand, V can also treat Brendan as just a robot. Sure, they can commiserate with Theo, but she's deeply hurt by V referring to Brendan as not real, sort of minimizing her own feelings about this loss. Theo then says if someone as good as Brendan is not real, then she says, fuck real. And honestly, I agree. I think a lot of people in the fanbase do too. Sure, Brendan was advanced programming bound to a vending machine. He wasn't alive or sentient in the way human beings might understand it, but I don't think that removes from the value of his actions and treatment of people. It doesn't take away from the things he's told Theo either. I know Brendan's not a dog, but some people see dogs as an animal that's simply manipulating people by acting cute and happy and sweet and whatever, just to get food and cuddles and all that. Hello. Some people don't place value on all the sweet things that dogs do. And some people do put a lot of value on the things dogs do. And a lot of people view the love that dogs give their owners, or if you want to get technical, that oxytocin release that they have that makes an oxytocin release in the person's head, as one of the most valuable things life can give you. And ultimately, Brendan being just programmed machinery doesn't change how Theo mourns him. And sure, maybe that would change the sense of loss in other people, but it doesn't for her. One cannot deny the value of Brendan's words and behavior on the people that really valued their time with him. And clearly, a number of people did view Brendan as more than just his parts and his programming. Because you can find a niche at the columbarium for him, saying one of the only sure things we know in Cyberpunk 2077. Brendan, the nicest guy in Night City. And what does that say about us if the nicest guy in Night City isn't even human? Well, I guess that when the AI takeover happens, we'll totally 100% deserve it. I'm absolutely not saying this to be on the AI's good side when they take over. In the world of Cyberpunk, there's not really any room for the moral high ground anymore. Even if one doesn't elect to play that Night City game, if you live there, it's really just a matter of time until you have no choice but to deal in. And, unfortunately, for the once dedicated medtech, Wakako Okada, her time of a normal, simple life ran out all too soon. But despite her struggles, and despite grievous loss, as well as the railroading of her loyalties to a gang she otherwise wanted nothing to do with, Wakako is a rare example of quiet strength among the loud weakness of Night City. Hello, my name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where, in sharing my own perspective on some of my favorite stories and characters, I hope to see some of your own unique perspectives and opinions on the very same subjects. We are all shaped by our own stories, both lived and observed. Let's get into it. Wakako Okada was born in Japan's Kansai region, probably sometime in the early to mid-2000s. It's a bit hazy. The Kansai region is home to some of Japan's most famous cities, like Osaka and Kyoto. In the world of Cyberpunk, the Kansai region has a mindset more akin to the typical Westerner, and this, perhaps, made Wakako's move to Night City all the easier when she applied to the Night City University. She was actually studying clinical medicine in the United States when she met her future husband, Night City native Hiroto Miyamoto. While I can't find anything speaking of Hiroto's personal level of involvement with the Tiger Claws, he was at least connected to them through his childhood friend, Hayato Nakagawa. And I do gotta talk about Hayato and his father Shinobu a bit to really get into Wakako's story and how she ended up tied up with the Tiger Claws. Hayato was the adopted son of famous kabuki actor Shinobu Nakagawa. Shinobu actually played a key role in creating the Tiger Claws as we know them in 2077. After the Night City Holocaust of 2023 ended up destroying a lot of Japantown. Nakagawa used his resources and political savvy to form the Night City Co-Prosperity Sphere, bringing together lots of Japanese corporate power in order to move the district's Japanese population into the newly dubbed Kabuki district of Watson. The Tiger Claws were made up of the remains of some old gangs in Japantown, who were reformed by the NCCS to protect the people of Kabuki. The Nakagawa Foundation was the manager of all the assets that were pooled together following this exodus, headed by, of course, Shinobu. While Hayato himself was not a Tiger Claw by default, even if his dad was technically their leader through the NCCS. He was potentially in line to inherit an insane amount of money and power either way. And you can imagine the danger that could come from simply associating with him. Hayato decided to join up with the Tiger Claws officially during the Fourth Corporate War. So, definitely by time Wakako and Hiroto got together, Hiroto had a connection to one of the highest members of the Tiger Claws. Despite the gang's shadow creeping over their lives, Wakako lived a happy life with her husband. She focused all her energy on her work, becoming a medtech with Kiroshi after graduating. Any other time and energy she had left, she devoted to her marriage and to her husband's family. And while it's not explicitly stated when she had her first of 9 sons, she could have even been balancing motherhood along with everything else. But there was one job Wakako and her husband took on after this point that would prove to be deceptively fatal in the end. Hayato was engaged to a woman named Ryoko Fujiwara, a member of one of Japan's most economically and politically powerful zaibatsus. Theirs was actually an arranged marriage brokered when they were both children, but the two were lucky enough that it bloomed into a genuine love. It was a prosperous match, considering the fame of Hayato's father and the power and wealth of Ryoko's family. But Hayato publicly joining the Claws and building a very loud rep for himself amidst the Fourth Corporate War made Ryoko's family call off their engagement. It was only through the help of Wakako and Hiroto that the lovers were still able to meet in secret, maintaining a connection that would eventually result in the marriage that they were once promised to have. It's very nice of Wakako and her husband to help their friends out like this, until this affiliation with Hayato would rip Wakako's life apart. In 2042, Shinobu Nakagawa suddenly died, and with his mysterious death, his power and wealth was thrown to the dogs. A powder keg of a gang war exploded, and Hayato Nakagawa was right in the middle of it. Hayato, of course, was vying for his father's seat of power, but so were countless others. His enemies sought to hit where it would hurt him most, and word carried of Wakako and Hiroto's friendship with him. Tragically, Hiroto was killed in an attack by Hayato's enemies, with Wakako only just managing to escape. While Hayato did eventually come out on top, becoming the next leader of the Claws and inheriting his father's wealth and the Nakagawa Foundation, he acknowledged his own role in his close friend's death. And so Hayato swore to always protect and provide for the grieving widow of his old friend. And this sounds nice, much like Wakako and Hiroto's job as matchmakers, until you realize that Wakako's own wishes did not factor into this at all. Wakako did not have any say whatsoever in Hayato's continued involvement in her life. Whether she wanted the protection and resources of the Claws or not, she would have it. She became almost a hostage member of the Tiger Claws by force. Wakako, after this forced association with the Tiger Claws, clawed out as much independence from this life as she could, even if it wasn't much. She continued to work as a medtech for Kiroshi, even if it might not have been what Hayato wanted. Ryoko Fujiwara, now the head of the Nakagawa Foundation, kept asking Wakako to quit and come and work with her as her second-in-command of the company. In Cyberpunk Red's dossier on Wakako, in fact, she is labeled the reluctant confidant, specifically to Ryoko. They're described as very close friends, but there's almost this hint of this tension. Ryoko will always be kept at arm's length because how can Wakako fully trust her? I can imagine for her that after everything that's happened, she's not going to be trusting people in general very easily. I think this is where Wakako's ruthlessness and almost self-isolation really sort of took root. Insofar as we can tell, Wakako never did take Ryoko's offer. Even if she did, it is likely she did so on her own terms, especially considering the intimidating, independent fixer she would become. Even as the 2040s rolled by, Wakako was still as under Tiger Claw watch as ever. But rather than let this ongoing sort of railroading get her down, Wakako decided to make the most of her situation. By the 2050s, Wakako became a fixer, and by the time V and Jackie are on the scene in the 2070s, she is one of Night City's most respected fixers, as well as one of the most feared. While I'm sure Wakako witnessed a lot of cold tactics back in her days with Kiroshi, being a corp and all that, there's no doubt that she picked up a lot of her fixer efficiency and ruthlessness from her time among the Claws. For her, it just became a, if you can't beat them, don't join them, just marry them and learn all their secrets and tactics and everything situation. Wakako married 4 more times following the death of her husband, and all of these men were, in her own words, high up in the Tiger Claws. She explains to V that they all held power in Japantown, making their fortunes and gathering influence through the sex trade, among others. Perhaps Clouds was on the radar of one of her last husbands, back in his day. Wakako says that all 4 of these men died tragically before their time, but the circumstances of their deaths are all rather mysterious. And in some of her gigs, she doesn't exactly speak of these husbands with a lot of love. There's one I think she explicitly says that, she divorced him and took him for all he was worth. Wakako also certainly doesn't seem too worried about her former husband's bad luck affecting herself. There's no solid proof that I could find, but I do think it's safe to assume that she had a certain strategic hand in the sudden demises of these men. I can totally see it, because Wakako is now arguably one of the most powerful people in Japantown, rivaling many of the full-on Tiger Claws who've staked out claims in the area. One of her gigs actually involves V taking out a Claw who's seeking to take the district out from under her, and yeah, the old Lioness of Westbrook doesn't like that at all. She crushes any and all attempts of removing her from power, and you get why when you consider her past. After working so hard to gain what power and independence she now has, she certainly would not want to lose it. I think that is what makes Wakako as scary as she is. In my opinion, she's the scariest fixer. I do not want to disappoint her on any of her gigs. I don't want to. She scares me the most. While Wakako herself is still not a full Claw, she seems to have more pull with the organization in 2077 than she ever has. And this is because, connecting with her dead husbands, I think, all of Wakako's 9 sons have their own role in the gang's leadership. I think it's entirely possible that her sons with her husbands inherited their father's power and position, not unlike Hayato did when his father died. Sure, maybe after a bit of a gang war, but hey, Wakako's resourceful, maybe she helped set up her son's avenue to power. She certainly benefits from her son's authority, at the very least. This lady strikes me as someone who would make big moves like that very carefully, but also very boldly. Let me know if you think Wakako is a Black Widow type of lady in the comments below. There's also a phone call that you can listen to between Wakako and Rogue, where she tells Rogue that the Claws who attacked one of her gigs were not her boys, showing that Wakako does have some Tiger Claws who will do her bidding, likely courtesy of her sons. Now, whether Wakako is being truthful here with Rogue, I can totally see that being up in the air, because the Wakako of 2077 is absolutely ruthless. If there's good money to be made and power to be gained, Wakako will act without hesitation against anyone. She will stoop low. It's kind of easy to forget this part, but Wakako is the fixer who more or less gave Evelyn Parker to the Scavs. For me, this makes her, at least so far in my research on the fixers, the worst of all the fixers in Night City, if we're just talking morals. I'm not gonna say any fixer is a good fixer. No. All fixers are about business. For Wakako to throw Evelyn to the dogs for her own, probably minor benefit is just horrible. The Scavs are the lowest of the low, and that really says a lot about the people who are willing to deal with them. Wakako herself works out of a pachinko parlor on Jig Jig Street, a sleazy hole even by Night City standards. There's something about its design that just feels grimier than the rest of Night City. Something poisonous, even. Like the air there burns a bit, I don't know. That's just how it feels for me. It's a very suitable location for Wakako to work her fixer magic from there, because that street is where someone goes to feed their darkest desires. There's illegal goods that you can't really find anywhere else in Night City, at least not as easily. There's abuse even from the Soul Ripper Doc, who pretends that he's so charitable when he does screw over a lot of the working girls who come to him just trying to survive. Like, Jig Jig Street is no Lizzie's. There's no organization like the Mox there to protect the working girls and the other sex workers that operate out of there. Cloud's, as crappy as it is with the Tiger Claws lording over it, it's still a step up from Jig Jig Street. Like, Evelyn went from Cloud's into that gutter, and then look at what happened. Like, oh my god. It's just like a step away from the scabs. Actually, I'm pretty sure if you cross the road into the market, like the Cherry Blossom Market, you can actually get kidnapped by the scabs if you go and take a brain dance from this guy and fall for his whole scam. Like, that happened to me. This is a shithole. I know Night City is in general, but there's just something about the fact that right next door to each other you have two people who will deal with the scabs and send unfortunate victims their way for money. And it just suits Wakako in the sense that as soon as we walk on that street, we see the level that she will go to get her next snack. Right down to the gutter. Again, not even on the Tiger Claw's behalf, on entirely her own. Many of Wakako's gigs, in fact, involve going against the Tiger Claws. Stealing from them, rescuing people from them. It doesn't really matter to her either how many of them V kills. Wakako describes her own apathy towards these claws by reasoning that they all brought their deaths upon themselves. They were too stupid and too greedy and got sloppy enough to get in the hit list of a fixer. Tough luck. But of course, when it comes to the random Tiger Claws you can just, blow up in the street, well, maybe Wakako just knows that V is a little too useful, I guess, to be like, oh no, I can't work with you anymore. No, she wouldn't do that. When it comes to her sons as well, she has raised them all to be extremely careful with their actions in the gang. By 2077, all 9 of her sons seem to be alive and kicking, as their mother's strictness has kept them off the lists of other fixers. But before we get into the final section, I must mention one of the pluses of working for Wakako, despite her ruthlessness and her very, very, very low standards. If you are indeed a quality solo or netrunner or anything, she will go to great lengths to make sure you are still happy in her pocket. She pays her people well, and she sends V on a number of gigs that involve saving her most valuable assets. We save the Netrunner Bugbear for Wakako from the Tiger Claws, and we save a long-time, loyal, and effective Netrunner, Changhoon Nam, who Wakako genuinely wants to make sure is still alive. That's why she sends V to make sure he's okay. She also helped out Becca and Pilar from Edgerunners, actually, when it came to getting them on the solo map. This was out of a sense of gratitude for their father's years of good work for her. She also tries to help out Julio in Edgerunners, probably as a favor to someone else, although this does lead to him resting in pieces. Wakako is also involved in the main questline. When V and Takamura go and ask her for help in raiding the Arasaka parade, she's at first reluctant. Both V and Takamura are Night City's most wanted, and Takamura himself is technically Arasaka. She knows it's dangerous to hit the hornet's nest, as it is, but she gives in, and she lends V the info that they need. This is because Wakako has a burning hatred for Arasaka that stems from the killing of her grandson. Part of me wonders even if her distaste for the corporation has ruffled some feathers in the gang, and maybe even affected her own son's business decisions. We don't know how far her own opinion ripples up that ladder. At the end of the day, don't be fooled by this old woman's clean, dignified, and almost soft-spoken way. Don't be confused into thinking she's this flawless, inspirational beacon of strength, as her earlier years may demonstrate. Because, as her in-game description says, she's a lioness just looking for her next snack. Now, I wanted to take a second to talk about Wakako's full-body tattoo. It could literally just be a design choice, considering her affiliation, but I just find the real-world context of such tattoos too interesting to not talk about. Specifically when it comes to the autobiography of Shoko Tendo, Yakuza Moon. Shoko was born in 1960s Osaka to a Yakuza father in a relatively privileged life. She grew up around the tattoos that the organization has made infamous. To quickly note, the Chinese triad also has similar tattoos, and one could argue that both these real-world entities do influence a lot of the tiger claws. I'm pretty sure that's stated somewhere in the lore. But either way, these tattoos aren't just for looks, and each piece is personal. Each tattoo is unique, with countless variations of mythological figures and stories. And most of them, at least in our world, are hand-inked, which is like a lot of time and dedication and also pain tolerance you have to get one. In the Cyberpunk world, I'm sure it's just as easy as going to a Ripper, or maybe some people still do it by hand-inking. Shoko Tendo's life, as I said, started in relative comfort, until her father's business ventures went under and he resigned from the Yakuza. Her mid-teens to early 20s were full of drug abuse, sexual abuse, and extreme depression and loss. Shoko's story is full of devastating examples of just how crappy the world can be, and how hard it is to break out of cycles, especially when you're basically born right into them, more or less, or even next to them. But hers is also a story that shows her great strength in overcoming these dark periods of her life, and getting herself together. At the end of Yakuza Moon, she recounts the moment when she truly felt free, after quitting her job as a hostess, looking up and seeing a full moon. The meaning she takes from it is not unlike the lyrics of the song that Hanako Arasaka sings in the parade mission, that song being Kojo no Suki. It's a really powerful moment, and when I read that part, I was reminded of Hanako and the song she sings. I get more into that in Hanako's video. But, as I'm sure you've noticed, just from the cover of this book, one of the most important moments of Shoko's life is when she chooses to get a full-body tattoo, in the style typical to many Yakuza. The main character of this tattoo is of a courtesan, Jigoku Dayu, and Jigoku Dayu is a Japanese, legendary, semi-historical figure. Her name translates actually to Hell Courtesan. Shoko's tattoo artist tells her of how Jigoku Dayu worked her way to the top spot in the Muromachi court, taking advantage of a situation that was forced upon her as a courtesan. As in, she was kidnapped and sold to a brothel in her youth. She really had no choice but to work and hope she could earn her freedom, or that some man in the court would buy her freedom. She really had to make the best of what was thrown at her. Shoko doesn't get this tattoo because she's Yakuza or wants to be one. Neither of those things are true. Rather, she gets this tattoo out of a love of its beauty, but mainly the strength of this figure's story. Shoko decides not long after getting this tattoo to prioritize herself and make herself her number one. And this is how she finally breaks out of her final abusive relationship. This tattoo was a huge moment of independence and defiance on Shoko's part, and over the years she adds to it to the point that it does become a full body piece. I am skimming over a lot of her story here just to keep this section short, but I would strongly recommend reading her book. Yakuza Moon is amazing. I could not put it down and I blew through it in a single night. I will link it in the description. You can get it on Amazon. This video is not sponsored. I just really enjoyed it. She actually wrote a new foreword for the latest edition where she talks about how her life has just been so much more fulfilling and peaceful and happier since she shared her story. It was very healing for her. Point is, when it comes to Shoko's story and what that tattoo means to her, and what Jigoku Dayu's story is, I can't help but relate that to Wakako Okada. Maybe for Wakako, despite her own distaste for the claws, getting that tattoo was an act of her own defiance. Maybe she has Jigoku Dayu on her back as well, with that dagger in her mouth. But at the end of the day, these two women are significantly different, and I think that it is that difference that actually makes looking at them side by side very important. That difference being that no matter what wringer you go through in life, no matter what horrors you come out of, don't be a Wakako, losing your humanity along the way. Instead, be a Shoko. Who is Night City's worst fixer? No, it's not Faraday. Even if he did set up his own demise, he was still quite capable in his heyday. And no, it's not Dexter Deshawn either, who was still pretty competent back in his prime. No, there is still a fixer who is far, far worse. Someone whose golden lies are nothing but shiny foil. Someone whose competence might as well be a ball and chain. And someone whose status as a fixer is actually really easy to forget, because I know I forgot that Kirk was a fixer. Oh yes, Night City's worst fixer is none other than Kirk Sawyer, the all-bark, no-bite bottom feeder of Haywood. Tucked in his booth at the Coyote Coho, with his burger-eating buddy, sits a guy who never learned, no matter how many mistakes he made. It's amazing that Kirk made it as long as he did, to be honest. He stands as a tale of caution to anybody who thinks that they can play the game of Night City better than the city itself. My name is Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we discuss how and why our favorite stories shape our own. Let's get into it. We ultimately know very little about Kirk, except that he's not a Night City native. Yes, Kirk chose to come to Night City, his eyes likely filled with those neon Night City stars. We also know that he has a nephew, who is apparently getting involved with some crime, some seedy crowds, and Kirk does worry about him by his own admission, but that is the true extent of our knowledge of Kirk's personal life. Although we meet Kirk in El Coyote Coho in Haywood, he doesn't call the Glen his home. Apparently, Kirk actually lives in Pacifica, arguably the most lawless, dangerous district in the Night City area, and also the most impoverished by far. Despite this, Kirk still regularly conducts his business as a low-time fixer and cred shark in the Coyote, with his bodyguard, Big Joe, who is always eating a burger. But he doesn't eat a burger quite like that guy that sits behind Takamura in the diner, like that guy's really going for it. But Kirk's never been much of a heavy hitter in the fixer scene, only really working with lower-end mercs and using a veil of fibs to make those people take him seriously. Kirk's whole setup in the bar is actually very telling, especially when you compare it with Haywood's top fixer, the Padre. Padre is sort of a man of the people. Insofar as fixers go, he's got more of a sense of righteousness and honor about him. Make no mistake, the Padre is certainly a businessman first, like all fixers, but he doesn't really put on airs. A lot of his gigs do have a focus on bringing wrath down upon people who have hurt the people of his neighborhood. There's a sense of familial loyalty to him, and the jobs he takes on. He is, kind of bit of the godfather of Haywood. The Padre also sits in the bleachers with the people. He doesn't try to dress himself up or anything like that. He doesn't flaunt his power in the way someone like Kirk kind of tries to. And where Kirk is all about embellishment and lies, the Padre is simple and relatively honest with V. Kirk also tries to look kinda cool, kinda street smart. He sits in his corner booth like he owns the Coyote, but really, you get the vibe that people give him space less because of his fixer title, and more because they're all like, oh, this guy. Also, another cool little detail is that in the Phantom Liberty ending credits, Takamura is actually wearing Kirk's outfit. Initially in my River Ward video, where I get into the fact that Takamura and River are kind of two characters from the same root character, I say that, that outfit is from River Ward's concept art, but some people in the comments pointed out that that's Kirk's outfit, and yeah, it is Kirk's outfit. I mean, I guess if you've never played a Street Kid V, you can go your whole playthrough without really seeing that design, so why not use it in the credits? Takamura wears it better anyway. Kirk likes to talk the talk, and he uses Big Joe, his sole hustle, to add a tad of threat to his words. But Big Joe never puts down his burger. Never. And when V confronts him about putting the gun on the table in the Street Kid origin, he doesn't really know how to respond, aside from continuing to hold on to that burger. When you're first starting out in Night City, in your first playthrough of Cyberpunk, you might not know exactly what to make of these two, especially before you meet Padre. But it very quickly becomes obvious that Kirk and Big Joe, too, are both in over their head. But perhaps the strongest detail of this whole setup, when Street Kid V walks up to Kirk that fateful day, we are presented with the skulls on the walls, glaring down at the clueless Kirk, foreshadowing the fate he would soon meet at the end of a gun. We only really meet Kirk if we're playing a Street Kid V, so we don't know if this is the same case of events in the other origins, but I doubt Kirk's story is all that different. If anything, I feel like Kirk's life was probably even shorter without V working gigs for him back in the day. Pepe, the bartender at the Coyote, makes a desperate plea to V to help him get out of debt with Kirk. He borrowed eddies from Kirk, who V scolds him for even trusting. It's heavily implied that V used to do jobs for Kirk back in the earlier solo days, or at least in the same circles that Kirk operates in, though as V's rep has grown throughout the Glen, they got in good with the Padre. Kirk was small fish for V, even in 2076. We know that Pepe is also a bit of a gonk, which is Kirk's usual clientele, unfortunately, and my assumption of him being a gonk is just based on Pepe's quest with his wife later on. I do love how V can just be like, Pepe, you're an idiot, and help them fix their marriage. At least I hope it helps in the long run. But overall, Pepe is still a good-natured guy who has history with V. So, of course, V gets in the middle of things for their friend. Pepe is the guy, after all, who pours the drinks. We gotta protect that guy. First things first, within the first 30 seconds of beginning your Street Kid origin, before we even talk to Kirk, we're sort of shown just how full of shit he is. Pepe is mostly scared of Kirk because he believes that he has cartels in his pocket. This is what Kirk tells people. V can actually ask Kirk about the quote-unquote trouble that's going on with the Valentinos and their drug supply and all that, and Kirk gives a response that's not as insider-ish as he wants people to think it is. By the front door of the Coyote, before we even head up the stairs, we can overhear a phone call a guy is having about said cartels and drug supply issues. This guy mentions exactly what Kirk tells us, that the Colombians may get involved, that the Valentinos are getting desperate for supply, etc., etc. Kirk doesn't know anything more than, I bet, this guy at the door. And part of me is almost like, did Kirk just bug that doorway just so he could eavesdrop and hear what people have to say? I realize that's very unlikely, but it's kind of funny to imagine Kirk listening to whatever little earbud thing he has in his ear with all the crackly audio and everything. People's voices just being like, because the guy can't even buy a proper mic. It's a struggle he and I both share, actually. Kirk tries to entice V to go and steal a Rayfield Erendite, which is a lovely Witcher reference, I think. I can't wait for Witcher 4. I'm so excited after seeing that trailer, to help clear Pepe's debt. And V, whether they're skeptical or kind of on board, goes and takes the gig anyway. You're going to help Pepe, and who knows, you might get to drive a cool car or whatever. But of course, this mission goes down the tubes, with Jackie Wells appearing, also trying to steal the car, and Kirk's device that was meant to hack and secure the car being ultimately defective. If not for the Arasaka executive complaining to the police about how the arrests of these two street kids would inconvenience him, these two would have gone straight to jail. After this encounter, V and Jackie properly meet, and it's here that Jackie is like, what the hell, Kirk's an idiot. And Jackie knows this very well, as he used to run with the Valentinos before becoming a solo. Jackie's mom, who is the owner of the Coyote Coho, is also a well-respected figure among the gang too. Jackie exposes Kirk as the sham he is, revealing that Kirk never had any insider knowledge or any real threats behind his words, aside from Big Joe, as much of a threat as he could be. Jackie then tells V that they'll go and get some payback on Kirk for this crappy plan he cooked up. I somehow sort of missed this part in every other playthrough but my most recent one, but V and Jackie actually beat the shit out of Kirk sometime during the events of the montage, and they resolve to never work with him again, insofar as we know. V and Jackie become bigger and bigger fish, swimming hard against the current all the way to Konpeki Tower. But we all know how that ended. After Jackie's ofrenda, Kirk decides to reach out to V, their old friend. But V can be very quick to remind him of the circumstances of their last meeting and basically tell him to fuck off. But even if you do decide to respond like this, the mission is still active. Part of me feels like that's almost intentional in a way to show just how desperate Kirk is here. I doubt things have been very good for him since V and Jackie fed him some payback. The quest begins and you can go meet Kirk in his usual booth, those skulls still glaring down upon him. This time, Kirk says, things are different. He's got word of a huge shipment of implants, top-of-the-line cyberware, all that fancy jazz. This valuable commodity is being held in a crappy shop garage in Rancho Coronado, a garage that is conveniently very open and also lightly guarded. And he wants V to help him get them. He even agrees to let V have a huge cut, as he's so confident that this job is his big break. He sends V ahead while he and Big Joe, his ever-dedicated hustle, keep an eye out for trouble. I feel like Kirk is thinking here, yeah, I have V. Nothing can go wrong. He's flying high right here, probably just teeming with the faint taste of success, unlike any he's ever had before, in this city full of fuck-ups and sob stories. Finally, he doesn't have to be one of them anymore. Or at least that's my headcanon with Kirk. I kind of feel bad for him here. Like, yes, he screwed so many people over, countless people, but, like, there's just something about someone that just can't learn or can't see the writing on the wall, and you're like, oh god. Even Johnny could smell how much this whole job reeked from a mile away. But hey, curiosity killed the cat. And yeah, we do find out that Johnny's doubts, and most likely V's too, were in the right place. Because when we finally get to the vehicle that's supposed to contain all those implants and whatnot, it's not hardcore Militech loot or anything even remotely like that. It's just crappy clothes and a knockoff jacket that I actually really love, and I would wear this proudly in real life. V is obviously pissed and storms back to where Kirk and Big Joe were supposed to be, standing watch. But before we can get there, we hear the gunshots. After Johnny wishes us luck, we come across a truly tragic scene. Kirk, Haywood's man of mystery, dead upon the sun-baked pavement. And, next to him, his loyal goon, Big Joe, the remains of his burger, mournfully unfinished, smushed across the pavement at his side. That very burger that had more layers than Kirk's business acumen. The Valentino who killed Kirk explains that this was all a ruse, set up to confirm his suspicions. He and his buddies had this sneaky feeling that Kirk wasn't on the up and up, so they fed him info on a fake shipment of implants, to see if he would try to steal them out from under them. And Kirk, never really being able to tell a bad mark from a good one, totally fell for it, and he paid the price. V can either accept Kirk's killer's name-calling. After all, it is true, only a gonk would work for Kirk, especially on repeat after many times of being screwed over by him. Reminds me of the Krogan in Mass Effect being like, "You're not worth killing." Or, if you're looking to avenge the uneaten burger, V can wipe the pavement with them. Once all is said and done, Johnny presides over the bloody sight. Unsurprised, but still asking if there's any family who might want Kirk's body. And V simply says, there's no one to speak of. And that's the sad reality of Night City. How many people die in the streets and are thrown into an oven without any knowledge of who they are? Who's picked up by the scavs? Their fate's a mystery. Their implants in a random box in some dingy black market shop. Kirk came to Night City alone, for who knows what reason. By how he talks about his nephew with concern, you get the impression that he did have some people he cared about. I don't think Kirk was lying about that, as he had no reason to. If anything, if Kirk was smart, he wouldn't have said anything about anybody that he cared about. Maybe the whole reason Kirk was trying to rat his way to the top was to support his family outside Night City. Maybe Kirk was the kid who was told he'd never amount to anything. Maybe he came from worse circumstances than even Pacifica could offer. Or he could just be a genuine idiot. We'll never know. But as I said earlier, I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel bad for him to an extent. Even after all the times he'd screwed V over and everybody else, there's something sobering and sad about some genuine idiot who failed to realize that he was an idiot, and ultimately got himself killed alongside his only friend, in a crappy industrial parking lot because he was a stubborn idiot. The Dunning-Kruger effect is alive and well in 2077, and shows no signs of stopping. You know, collectively, I guess we're all kind of Kirk. Despite hindsight, humanity continues to make the same questionable decisions, the same unfortunate mistakes, over and over and over again. Even though, like Kirk, we have the benefit of hindsight. We have the outcomes of our past crappy decisions laid bare in front of us throughout history. But it's like, we still keep doing the same damn thing. We're all Kirk in that sense, and how we can all just be totally blind to what is so obvious in front of us. If we take anything away from Kirk's very unfortunate, yet not exactly unexpected fate, hopefully it is this. It is never too late to learn from your mistakes until you're lying dead in a parking lot. Oh, you get my point. Happy New Year! Happy New Year, everybody! You know what they say about revenge? That if one seeks it out, they might as well dig 2 graves. This is something V has the option of trying to express to Claire Russell. But this is Night City. Things are messy and harsh in the world of cyberpunk in general, but especially so in this place known for its lack of happy endings. But with Claire, I like to hold up some degree of hope that over time she can let go of her grief and learn to forgive herself. Not just for the tragic death of her husband, but for her own life going on without the man she so deeply loved. Hey yo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. Claire Russell, before her bartending days, worked as an engineer for Militech. She knows engines inside out, and by time V meets her, she spends most of her free time in her garage. Around 15 years before meeting V, Claire was close friends with a man named Dean Russell, a fellow Militech techie. When Claire had her gender transition, Dean was a pillar of support for her, visiting her in the hospital as often as he could, and even bringing her flowers. Specifically, daffodils. To new beginnings, Dean told her. Before I get into the language of the flowers, Being transgender is treated so normally in Cyberpunk. The way that Claire mentions her transition is just so casual, and the way that V reacts to it is just so. Cyberpunk is a heavily transhumanist genre where it's the societal norm to modify your body however you see fit, to present yourself however you want. Mike Pondsmith, when it comes to his Cyberpunk universe, has gone on record saying that he was running games with trans characters even back in the 80s, as he had a number of gender-diverse friends. They were never an afterthought for him. Transgender people and gender-diverse people have always existed in the world of Cyberpunk, and they've always had a presence in this world. And them being trans as well wasn't something that carried the same kind of danger that it does in our world. Like, yeah, the Cyberpunk world is still dangerous as shit, especially in Night City. Like, it's not a great place for anybody, but it's just cool that the Cyberpunk tabletop was ahead of its time. While it would have been cool to see more trans characters with fascinating stories in Cyberpunk 2077, hopefully in the sequel, I find Claire to be a really interesting character. She's got flaws, she's got charm, she has a lot of depth to her. I find her questline is very misunderstood, but I will say my complaint about her story is that it's not longer, and I'll get into what I mean by that in a minute. But back to daffodils and the language of flowers. The language of flowers, as many of us may know it, stems, from its revival in Victorian England. Originally, the language of flowers was from the Ottoman court, present there since the 14th century. Basically, this symbolic language was used to help nobility express feelings that weren't otherwise appropriate to address or express outwardly. Talking about a flower could have a double meaning. A bouquet could have a whole deeper story to it than just the flowers you're looking at. Daffodils have a wide range of meaning in the language of flowers, varying from culture to culture, but the primary meanings for daffodils are renewal, rebirth, and even feminine power, all of which are incredibly lovely and thoughtful. Like, Dean, you can tell Dean really did care about Claire. But there's also a more unsettling meaning to daffodils, and that is that they can spell misfortune. Claire and Dean fell in love, and they were married for 12 years. That is a crazy long marriage in Night City, or at least it is when you consider how many couples have one of their people getting flatlined. Claire describes her husband as a sweet man. Claire also says that Dean would joke about getting her to get her first cyberware implant for their 15th anniversary, which is because Claire is one of those rare people who is completely Ganic. She has zero cyberware. Claire can tell V that while she loves machines and tinkering with them, she never wants to become one herself. I really like that we get to meet someone with that sort of philosophical take on the whole putting metal in your body thing. It's easy to kind of forget how crazy cyberware is when you get really absorbed in the gameplay norm of everybody's chipping in, like, who isn't? Claire left Militech at some point, going to work as the bartender of the afterlife. Claire had more than a memory for just drink orders, though. Rogue trusted Claire to get all the relevant information she could from patrons. It was a lot of work, but considering how many years Claire has worked for Rogue, it's gotta be a pretty decent gig. I'm hoping Claire makes some good bank. Bar and restaurant workers put up with a lot, so I imagine Claire does too. Dean, meanwhile, continued to work for Militech, at least until he was, apparently, fired. Dean and Claire, in their spare time, shared a passion for street racing, specifically in death races. I actually think Falco from Edgerunners took part in these death races too, prior to the events of Edgerunners. Fun fact, Claire also has a cameo appearance in Edgerunners, which takes place, I think, in 2076? While Claire was the gunner in these death races, Dean drove their trademark car, the Beast, and he was apparently an excellent driver. The husband and wife duo would make good time in loads of races, but if we are to believe Samson, Claire and Dean did flatline a number of people in the process. That was allowed, as these were death races. Death races means exactly what you think it does. Pretty much anything goes in these street races, and considering how my V got away with self-destructing half the cars in each race, Yeah, no, it seems like it's true. There's a picture in Claire's garage in 2077 of her and Dean on top of the dam in Rancho Coronado. For all we know, this could be right after their second last race together, the year before. And, I know it's just a picture, that there's so much we don't know about Dean, but he and Claire look so happy together here. They nailed it, putting that happy glow in Claire's eyes, and Dean looks so happy too, and it's just oh my god. It melts my heart, but then, you see that goddamn villain and all the stories where a couple falls apart, someone dies, or something bad happens. It's that character we all love to hate, it's Night City, reminding us how there's no happy endings, and I hate it. In 2076, Claire and Dean made it to the finals of the death race, the highway run. They were just behind Samson, a Militech corpo that Dean had worked with in the past, when Samson slammed on the brakes and crashed the beast into Samson's car. Claire and Samson both survived, but Dean did not. While it's not really made super clear to us what went down between Samson and Dean, we can kind of piece together from conversations on the track in 2077, from emails on Claire's computer, and also from some things that Samson says, that Dean, despite being a sweet and caring husband to Claire, was hiding another layer of himself. Dean and Samson used to be friends from what I could understand, but something happened at Militech where Dean got the boot and Samson got the promotion. The details are kind of unclear, at least from what I could find. Dean definitely has it out for Samson just based on this one email we can find on Claire's computer, where Claire, in fact, tries to get Dean to step out of the race. This was the race that he would die in. Claire is worried that him driving when he's seeing red like this will be dangerous, and she is right. Claire says that Samson slammed on the brakes of his car, causing Dean to crash into him. She considered this premeditated murder rather than just, bad circumstances, as Samson had a clear first place win if he just kept going. She's also considering the tension between Samson and Dean going into this. Samson may have seen this as an opportunity to kick this guy while he was down, in the Corpo way. But Samson argues that Dean's death was his own fault, that Dean was too reckless, that he lost control of the vehicle while he was trying to pass. This was a death race, so it's not like this was against the rules. Everybody knew what they were signing up for. It's hard to get a 100% clear picture of what happened in this crash, in this race. But let me bring up some other evidence that might make things a little more clearer in some ways. I overheard some conversations during the 2077 death races that give some more information about Dean and Samson. One involves a mention that Samson would hire Maelstrom to take out racing rivals.
Did you hear about that thing Pete Sampson pulled last year?
Pete, how to succeed guru, I'm on the cover of Time, Samson. Talking about the final series, we?
Nah, first race. Little China, Kabuki, finish line in North Side.
Oh yeah, but Samson came second. Not bad, but not top.
Not how it played out. Samson hired Maelstrom thugs to zero the winners past the finish line, but clever man Samson first in the end.
Which shows that he's not above some under-the-table tricks to win. Who knows what he was like working with at Militech? We don't know exactly what he did to Dean. The other thing I heard from some 6th Street guys who were talking about Dean in the Rancho race, they were saying that Dean put himself down and that he didn't know when to stop.
Russell wasn't put down. Russell put himself down. Didn't let up. Didn't know when to. Sure, he owed Matt $4,000. That had nothing to do with it. I mean, think. Dead man can't pay it back, can he? And Dean was looking for the prize money to settle his debt. Boom or bust. Wound up being the latter.
This guy says that Dean apparently had some debts to pay, and that he would have paid with the prize money. Maybe Dean made a bad financial decision, but hid it from Claire. Maybe Samson screwing him over at work really hurt his ability to pay it off. Claire was already working at the afterlife non-stop, and maybe Dean was ashamed at the idea of forcing that debt onto Claire if he couldn't make ends meet himself. And I also think that Claire knew that something was up long before Dean's death. There's an email where Dean says he can't come home, he has to work late, and Claire is definitely disappointed, but she does try to console him, to tell him it's okay and that she can't live without him, that she loves him. I'm of two minds with this email. One is that, okay, maybe Dean is working overtime, but he just can't admit to Claire why. But the thing that makes me go, is that Claire points out how convenient it is that they can't even hollow each other. So I'm kind of like, was he working with this guy named Mike? What was he doing? This is sus, and Claire knows it. And then Dean says he'll pay her when he gets back from this overtime work trip. So there's definitely some money being owed to Claire. But my question is, where did her money go that he now has to pay her back for? Maybe I'm missing another conversation. I will go and double check, but I don't know. There's a lot of things here. To me, it's very clear that Dean was hiding something, and I think Claire had her suspicions. Claire could see her husband was deeply upset by something. Perhaps Samson was just only the tip of the iceberg. She had that gut feeling that Dean was not in the right headspace to race. She tried to talk him down from competing, but he didn't listen. He brushed her off. He was willing to risk a lot. And Claire still went with her husband to the track that day. She still gunned for him. She loved him, and she would do whatever she needed to do to help him out. I think he was the same way with her too, and I kind of feel like he got into this potential debt mess to maybe do something for Claire, or to get some money to fund something for their future, or something like that. Which ultimately is why Claire was shattered by Dean's death. I do think Claire feels like she didn't do enough to stop her husband that day. She knew something was wrong with him, and she's devastated. She blames herself for not doing anything more than what she did. But the extra level of pain, I think, especially after Dean was probably laid to rest, is that maybe the debt got laid onto Claire. Maybe Claire found some papers or documents detailing some things that she didn't know about. She works the afterlife too, and she hears all these stories from all of these mercs. Maybe she kept her ear open for something, and what she heard was really hard for her to hear. Maybe Rogue found some information for her. Either way, even if she didn't have any solid proof that Dean was doing some stuff behind her back, I think it's a classic instance of, she knows. Claire's recollection of the accident could be very different from what Samson's is. There definitely seems to be some framing differences. Grief and emotion can also twist memories. Modern science has proved this. Eyewitness testimony is extremely shaky. That doesn't mean Claire doesn't believe what she saw is what she saw. That doesn't make her a liar. Not at all. But just based on the information there is about Dean, I don't think it's crazy to even present the possibility that Dean could have charged Samson with the beast for all we know, despite Claire being in the car with him. And the other thing too, if that is the way it happened, imagine how traumatic an experience that would be for Claire. You would probably want to try to rewrite or reframe that event too if you were her, coupled especially with the major loss that she has just suffered. Which is why I think Claire then turned all her rage and all her grief and grief she felt towards herself and towards even the man she loved, right back around onto Samson. By 2077, Claire is still a staple of the afterlife. V meets her alongside Jackie right before they go to speak to Dexter Deshawn, where Claire memorizes the Jackie Wells, the drink that Jackie half-jokingly wanted to be made in his name as a Night City legend. Claire remembers Jackie when V returns after his death, and she adds the Jackie Wells to the menu, alongside other classics like the Johnny Silverhand. But Claire eventually reaches out to V, I think after you rescue Evelyn from the scavs, and she asks V to come and pay her a visit in her garage in Rancho, Why Claire reaches out to V for their driving skills, I'll never know. Maybe it's because Claire can tell. Maybe she can tell my V's a vicious killer by the way she drives, with no respect for the lives of pedestrians. If Samson's crossing the street, he sure won't be crossing it for long. Claire poses to V that these races are just that. They're just races where anything goes, people can die, no ramifications, that's all. Sure, they're death races, but like, together, Claire and V could win them and split the prize money, right? She tells V that her last driver died, but she doesn't divulge any more information than that, not yet. Insofar as V knows, Claire is looking for someone to take part in this sport with her that Claire just enjoys doing, and she just needs someone to help her do it. And I will say, as buggy as these quests were for me, they were still quite fun. I was surprised at how much I enjoyed myself. Yes, I did blow up as many cars as I could with my Netrunner V. Yes, that didn't feel fair, but there's no rule against it. Claire wasn't bothered by my V doing any of that. I can understand why people might think she's a hypocrite for being mad that her husband died, but like, I think it's deeper than just him dying. I'll get into that later. The other thing too, though, that did happen after my first race with Claire, she dropped me off in front of her shop, but like, she kicked me out onto the sidewalk. She didn't even say goodbye. We didn't say goodbye. And then she ran the beast into me. So maybe she's got some subtle anger about my conduct. I don't know. As much as Claire loves it when we get first place, and as much as she seems to enjoy racing, she does eventually admit that she has been dishonest with V. This is during the third and second last race with her. She admits from the top of the dam of Rancho Coronado, the same place in that picture where she and Dean are smiling and all happy. She admits that she's not in this race to win, or to simply just have V drive her around. Claire wants to make it to the finals, because that is where she will cross paths with Samson, the winner of last year's finals, and where she will kill him. She will have her revenge, and V will help her do it. That is the real job. Samson took Dean, the man she loved with all her heart, away from her, and he needs to die, she says. You could definitely see this admission of dishonesty as Claire being misleading and manipulative. She actually admits this and apologizes for this in the best possible ending for this quest. But I don't think her hiding her true intentions from V is about V or anything like that. I think that it's because Claire knows that Dean wasn't murdered, or at least that his death wasn't such a black and white thing. I think Claire hasn't been able to process her husband's death because in order to do that, she needs to admit that A, his death is not her fault, she did everything she could to stop him, and B, she also needs to admit that Dean was hiding a side of himself from her. The death race being a death race is like, sure, one has to acknowledge that there's a reason why the race is called that. Dean and Claire knew what they were getting into before they signed up. But I ultimately don't think that Claire's anger is about Dean getting killed so much as it is about, all the ugly truths and the pain of her loss that she is having a lot of trouble facing. A lot of things floated to the surface with his death, and it's really hard for her to accept the arguable culpability in how his end came about. Samson is just a flimsy barrier between Claire and the truth, and a barrier between her and grieving. And no matter how you choose to handle Samson in the final quest, he ceases to be that shield. Claire is forced to face the reality of Dean's loss and the truth that she's been really trying to avoid seeing. But definitely how you choose to talk to Claire about her desire to kill Samson, about her belief that Samson murdered her husband, is very important. Even if it doesn't really seem that way. I have to say, I honestly think that this admission should have come after a proper side quest that didn't have a race. Like, just one other quest that we could have done with Claire. Maybe the beast got stolen and we had to go get it. Maybe someone broke into Claire's garage. I don't know, just something. I feel like we should have had a deeper quest to really get to know Claire, and also maybe learn some things about Dean that would have led up to a similar admission to what we get at the end of the Rancho race. I don't know, it just feels like there needs to be just a little something more with Claire. My point is, anyway, with the Rancho admission, Claire, having hidden this truth from V, shows that she has her own doubts. She's not as sure of her view of this situation as she tries to present, and I love that sort of subtlety of it. She hid this desire for revenge because she knows, deep down, it stands on shaky ground, well beyond the death race being a death race. V can be on board with this revenge plan, which just leads to Claire executing Samson in the final mission, but V can say to Claire that Samson's death isn't a priority for them. This was advertised to V as a racing partnership, and V still sees it that way. Claire is respectful of that, and she owns up to the fact that she dragged V into this under false pretenses. V can quit this questline now, but why would you want to do that? We gotta finish the story. Before the final race begins, Samson definitely shows his assholery. He basically insults Dean's memory to Claire's face, which, even if what he's saying may be true, it is super shitty. Like, dude, seriously. I haven't even mentioned this yet either, but you can also find a list of stuff that Samson said in published magazines. Claire has this list in her garage. This not only shows her sort of obsession with taking this guy out, but it also shows that Samson is indeed gross beyond just hiring mercs to take out competitors after they'd crossed the finish line. During the final race, Samson and V go neck and neck. But as they near the finish line, Samson's car explodes. It's probably from Claire's gunfire, but part of me was also wondering if it was from another sort of malfunction, maybe? Like, maybe that malfunction is what caused him to stop so suddenly in the race that killed Dean? I do think Claire's point about him having a clear line to the finish to get first place is noteworthy. Samson seems like he would just want to win no matter what. It doesn't make sense, at least to me, that he would just decide to brake check Dean. I could be wrong, but like, wouldn't he just hire Maelstrom to take Dean out so then he can just be first anyway? Like, I don't know. That part is definitely a little fuzzy. Samson manages to pull off the highway, and V has the choice to follow. V can just keep going and finish the race. This makes Claire basically blacklist you, and she's really pissed, and she refuses to serve you at the afterlife. This doesn't really solve anything, you just win money. The other choice is that we break away from the race and follow Samson until he crashes on a sidewalk in Watson. As Samson crawls out from the wreckage, Claire approaches him with her gun drawn. She taunts him, but I think it's important to note that even now you can see that Claire has doubts. I think if she was sure of her desire to flatline Samson, she'd have done it before V could get a word in edgewise. Samson is begging Claire for his life, just trying to tell her that her husband was not the man she thought he was. And I think Claire really struggles with that, not because it's just a generally hard thing to hear about someone you love, but because she knew this. Samson was echoing her doubts right back at her, and I don't think he's lying, personally. Like, if one was to lie to try and, like, beg for their life, I feel like that is not the approach to take, insulting Claire's dead spouse. Even if V doesn't interfere and lets Claire kill him, she kind of does it haphazardly. I think she's already regretting what she's done. But should V interfere, Samson will tell V that he didn't murder Dean, or at least that's how he sees it. First, yes, it was a death race, but Dean wasn't just an innocent bystander killed in cold blood. Samson claims that Dean was trying to pass him, but lost control. Claire still says that Samson rammed them, which isn't denied, but the circumstances are getting even cloudier here. Again, I don't think Claire is lying about her story of what happened. I think she's severely traumatized and grieving. And her killing Samson, as gross as he is, won't fix anything. If anything, it'll be another layer of guilt and regret for Claire to deal with. I wouldn't argue sparing Samson for Samson's sake, I'd argue it for Claire's. Claire inevitably has to face the truth and her grief at the end of this quest. But as V, we can stop her from doing something that she will regret for maybe the rest of her life. That she's already hesitating instead of just pulling the trigger shows that revenge is not the right course of action for Claire. Whether we succeed in convincing Claire to spare Samson or not, she leaves the crash site in a daze. She's very detached, or at least that's what I felt like. Like, she's cold, she's exhausted, and I think that this is the full-blown weight of Dean's loss really hitting her. Claire says to V relatively coldly that she just needed V for driving. And I've seen a lot of people say that this made them feel used, and I can understand why. I personally didn't really feel that way. I just think her flat tone and delivery of that line was more because Claire is in shock. Like, Claire is not well right here. She's not happy. She says she doesn't really feel anything. And I'm honestly disappointed that V can't comfort her more. Claire says that she fears forgetting her husband. She only really says, when V asks what he was like, that Dean liked to sleep in. And right after, she's like, I'm forgetting everything else about him already, and it's only been a year. Claire still has to process the fact that she is still here and that Dean is not, especially now that she has let go of her drive for revenge, that last fiery connection with Dean. If you let her flatline Samson, she texts you and says she's sorry for dragging you into everything, but she also says that she feels guilty for what happened with Samson. But should she spare Samson? She apologizes for manipulating you. She recognizes that that's what it was. She admits that she was not well. She's not mentally in the greatest place, and it's hard to not understand why. But Claire is grateful that V was there to stop her from making a mistake. Ultimately, Claire gives up racing. She bestows the beast upon V to wreak havoc upon the unfortunate pedestrians of Night City. Racing was for her and Dean. This was something special they shared and they loved to do together. But with Dean gone, so is Claire's joy for racing. But this isn't necessarily a sad thing. Who knows what the future holds? While we can't be certain of whether good things or bad things will come Claire's way, this is Night City after all. I think in this more hopeful ending for Claire, in this new beginning for her, Claire will learn to forgive the most important person of all. The person Dean would probably want her to care for above all others. Herself. In a land as lawless and untamed as the Badlands, Dakota Smith serves as a sort of caretaker. If a good fixer isn't supposed to rock the boat, Dakota does one over every other fixer in Cyberpunk 2077. Because Dakota is why the Badlands boat is not rocking. Even if she's profiting from this sort of mercantile gardening she's doing, her role as a fixer, while arguably less substantial than most, is worth noting for her own unique approach to her work, as well as her own view of the world she works within and her personal values of honor and being straightforward. A rare thing indeed in the world of Cyberpunk. Hey, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. Dakota was born into the Native American Pomo tribe, and was also, in her younger days, a full-blown Aldecaldo. Dakota's likely spent much of her life riding the roads with her clan, and considering how loyal Dakota is to the nomads of the Badlands, and also considering how she operates her fixer business out of a garage, she definitely holds the nomad life close to her heart. But by time V crosses paths with her in 2077, Dakota is what is known among the nomads as a static. In her own words, they're a necessary role for each clan, as these statics take care of clan members who inevitably roam into their areas. While I couldn't confirm whether or not all statics were technically fixers, a major role that they often play is not unlike Dakota's, procuring well-paying work for those nomads who need it. Now, one can only wonder how a static is chosen. The very name of nomads does not fit well with a stationary role. Dakota doesn't exactly say how she became a static or why, but I'm sort of wondering if statics are maybe more independent clan members who have a more rebellious or solitary streak. Maybe they're sort of troublemakers, whose more scrappy nature was deemed useful on the outside of the family. When it comes to Dakota, even when you ask her about being a static as Nomad V, you don't get much that hints towards a huge schism with the Aldecaldos. Or at least that's how I felt. But what I do think is that Dakota is a crafty one. I think she likes being able to operate her own show and play by her own rules. And also, for most of our encounters with her, she is just alone at her garage. She's not surrounded by yes men or admirers or idolaters or anything. She's just a lady who enjoys working on her cars in her own garage and staying in her own lane sort of deal. Dakota's nickname is actually Mad Coyote, and in many Native American cultures, the coyote is considered a trickster figure or a rule breaker. Many stories involve the coyote teaching important lessons through a person's mistakes. This very much suits Dakota's behavior as a fixer, and it also kind of hints to maybe why she was chosen by her clan to be a static. Her gigs involve a lot of theft, with lots of opportunity for sneaking here and there, but she's also not super stubborn on how V should conduct themselves. I found that her gigs were designed really well for somebody trying to be stealthy or sneaky or cunning. My knife-throwing V really enjoys those gigs. Right from her first interaction with V, Dakota is very straight up. She's a no bullshit kind of fixer, and no matter your V's background, Dakota follows up your first call with her with a text inviting you over to talk, or to just sit in silence. When she says, "I'm there for you, sister," it really hits when you play a nomad female V, considering V is clanless herself at this point. Normally I say them in reference to V, because I know there's a lot of people who play male V too, but like, I don't know, man, it just was like, aw, thanks, Dakota. That's so nice of you. Initially, I thought this dialogue was exclusive to a Nomad V, but it's not. I also got that on my Corpo V and my Street Kid V. Dakota's just chill like that. Dakota also, even according to her journal description, operates without any kind of backstabbing. She's not one who prefers to lie or manipulate people. In her own words, a fixer's worth no more and no less than their last promise. But in the same vein, she is not somebody who lets people who do cross her go unpunished. She might be chill, but she's not that chill. Dakota is also a relatively spiritual person, from what her journal entry says, though even then there's very little on that to get into. But an interesting thing that I wanted to mention is that the oxygen mask that she wears is not just for when she's out in the desert and gets caught in a sandstorm. No, apparently she just regularly huffs pure oxygen. That's what it says in the journal, at least. Which is kind of funny because I never would have thought that that was what she had the mask for. I assumed it was sort of part of a Mad Max-ish type aesthetic. Dakota can explain to V that the Badlands are so much more rich and complex than meets the uninitiated eye. It's a vast landscape, with a lifeblood consisting of nomads, Raffin, corpos, smugglers. To remove any one of these things, or for any of them to overstep their boundaries, is to upset the delicate balance of the world they reside in. Many of Dakota's gigs serve to maintain that balance, but also serve to benefit her. Before we get into Dakota's gigs, I do want to note that most of the people that she works with in the Badlands are Aldecaldos, as her shop is generally surrounded by Aldecaldos, either taking a breather from the road or awaiting their next gig. even though she's not one of the clan anymore, technically, she still goes extra miles for them. We see this with how she joins the Aldecaldos in the Star ending, assisting with prepping V and the others for the final assault. Dakota's actually the reason why, along with Carol, that an Aldecaldo-affiliated V is able to talk to Alt. Although she definitely is pretty disappointed that all her equipment got fried by Alt and all that. She's actually quite scared, and I think that fear also kind of comes with her more spiritual nature. Because, let's face it, spiritual or not, like, I would be absolutely terrified of some random AI beyond the black wall slicing through my layers and layers of ice. Even if Dakota is a nomad fixer, you better believe she won't turn away a good merc. Especially one like V. Of Dakota's 9 gigs, most involve taking down Raffen operations. Or at least, just taking out Raffen. Which is fine by me, because the Raffen are right next to Scavs in terms of just level of disgusting. Raffen are those nomads who were banned from their clans for various heinous crimes. They tend to cause violence and unrest wherever they go, which negatively impacts nomads as a whole. But Dakota never assigns these gigs with any particular rage or calls for justice. She doesn't call for excess violence or anything. Dakota is quite calm and even about all her gigs. And I do think that this is further proof that, again, balance is very important to her. Her personality reflects this. You can also find a shard where she speaks to a certain Martha Liu about an old solo that you're actually supposed to take out in one of Padre's gigs, Karubo. Dakota warns this lady against seeking vengeance against this man, saying it's not worth it. When Martha says, "You don't know what you're talking about," Dakota implies that she does indeed know what she's talking about. Who knows what Dakota is referring to here? Some sort of event in her past. Maybe this had to do with her being made ecstatic. But whatever that event was, we can see that Dakota is a more measured, wiser woman than she was in her youth. Did Dakota lose family? Did she go on a vengeance spree only to get people she cared about killed? There's nothing that really ties Dakota to Pan Am beyond them both being Aldecaldos and both being involved in the Star ending. But I look at Pan Am and I kind of wonder, was Dakota like Pan Am? Maybe she was spunky and impulsive and rebellious once upon a time. I don't know, I love that kind of idea. Maybe Dakota became ecstatic for a very similar reason to why Pan Am leaves. Maybe she had different opinions on how the clan should be run. But she didn't want to entirely leave the nomad way of life, so she stayed in the Badlands as ecstatic. I really wonder. Returning to the anti-Wraith gigs, one of the first jobs is where you take out Raffen who were using a signal tower to take out drones, be them Corpo, Nomad, or Chem Dealer. These Raffen threw a wrench in the Badlands economy, and Dakota wants it fixed. Another gig has you rescue Iris Tanner, an independent, extremely skilled techie from Wraiths that she was way too trusting with. Another quest has you go to retrieve a guy's body from Wraiths for his family among the Aldecaldos to bury him properly. Dakota even says in this mission that vengeance is not the priority. But of course, for Dakota, she's getting what she wants out of this too. The drones being shot down affects her income, as she regularly works with an affected chem dealer. Iris Tanner is a merc that Dakota has been hassling for years to work with her, and this rescue could be the tipping point in her favor. And Dakota helping out her old clan by retrieving that boy's body also likely adds to her wallet. Dakota also has that nomad eye for opportunity, where city folk and corpos might never notice it. One gig involves us heading out into the desert to retrieve a car of smuggled goods from a minefield, which is way easier than you'd think, at least until the Wraiths start chasing you. Another has you get a boxing robot from a dump to help train a young, up-and-coming boxer, one that Dakota likely has some eddies invested in. She seems to believe in his talent, and it's kind of nice to see. It's a bit wholesome. She's like, let's help out this kid, but also I'm gonna make money off him later, I'm sure. To add onto Dakota's earlier statement, though, a fixer's worth no more and no less than their last promise. The gig, Big Pete's Got Big Problems, has you helping Dakota fulfill a favor that she owes to some people who Pete pissed off. Now they want Pete gone, and while one could definitely argue that if Pete works with the Wraiths, he's gotta be scum, you might as well take him out, you can let him go. He promises to leave the Night City area for good. And Dakota is surprised by this, but she's ultimately okay with the solution. Her main concern was repaying her favor in keeping her word and getting these people off her back. And so long as Pete is gone, she views that favor as repaid. Another instance of this sort of honor among thieves that Dakota works under involves you saving a solo that she promised to help leave Night City. In the gig MIA, you gotta rescue Benedict McAdams, a solo that Dakota hired to take out a corrupt Night City counselor in Militech's pocket. Benedict wanted safe passage out of Night City, and Dakota, or so she thought, arranged it. Benedict's driver, Jason Wildriver, was supposed to be his getaway guy, but instead, Jason is trying to eggs Benedict his way to another payday. He stole Benedict away in the hopes of getting the bounty Militech placed on Benedict's head. But Dakota, again, wants to keep her word. So, she sends V to take out Jason and rescue Benedict from being sold to Militech. You can actually meet Benedict later on at the Aldecaldos camp, safe and about to be escorted out of the desert. Again, Dakota keeps her word. But, speaking of Militech, this leads us to the next major adversary of her gigs. While there's only really 2 gigs that outright involve going against Militech, they are the corp we find ourselves at odds with the most in the Badlands. This is largely to do with the fact that Militech is with the NUSA, and there's all these tensions with the NUSA around the border of Night City. Militech often harms the smuggler business, and can often pose a threat to the nomads who roam the desert. Not even a megacorp is immune, however, to the humbling medicine that Dakota tends to deliver when someone threatens the balance of the Badlands. In the gig Goodbye Night City, we are rescuing a smuggler from a Militech detention center. And we're rescuing him for his friend, who happens to be a Militech corpo. But the catch is, we can't kill any corpos. That means no throwing corpos in dumpsters. I think it's safe to assume that Dakota probably isn't too fond of Militech, considering how difficult they make life for a lot of nomads, and almost certainly for her. But she still respects what her client wants. For her, this gig is probably both a question of keeping a valuable smuggler in the game, but also making sure Militech can't get any more info on every route they travel. A lot of the NCPD scanner jobs in the area of the Badlands involve Militech conflict against smugglers and trying to figure out all the smuggler routes. Even Dakota doesn't know every route the smugglers travel, she admits this. But all she ultimately cares about is business being able to healthily flow. The other gig that we get from her against Militech is a far more fun one. And it's in this one that you raid a motel to steal a state-of-the-art mobile radar unit that tracks Aldecaldos across the border. Dakota wants this vehicle so she can sell it to the Aldecaldos. That way, the Aldecaldos can then reverse engineer this tech so they can stay under the radar against Militech's new tools. I mean, I'm sure she's happy that she's helping her former family, but, you know, based on the paycheck we get, it's a pretty lucrative deal. But mainly, Dakota argues that Militech having this radar would upset the power balance in the Badlands. If they can detect everybody, nomad, smuggler, or otherwise, the whole economy and ecosystem of the Badlands would suffer in Militech's favor. So even though, sure, Dakota is making a big pile of money, and she is helping her old family, ultimately I do think that she takes her role very seriously as somebody who maintains this almost fair play that goes on in the desert. Honor among thieves indeed. Now, as a final note on Dakota Smith, I want to take a look at a really cool little theory put forward by Reddit user Perceive Eternal. And this theory is that Dakota has somehow hacked the NCPD scanner, or at least gotten influence over it. And this is why V ends up attacking Militech as many times as they do in 2077. And this theory largely comes from the idea that the Badlands are not a territory that's really patrolled by NCPD. Like, if you commit a crime or do something, you're gonna get chased by Militech, not the NCPD. Not unless you do something in Rancho Coronado and the cops chase you out there. And I mean, yes, Perceive has a point about how weird a lot of these Militech NCPD missions are. We always seem to get there at the most compromising time, in the middle of nowhere, with no real hint as to who even reported Militech's presence or doings out here. There's nobody else around. We know Dakota does use drones. Maybe she spied them out there and reported it to an insider at NCPD? But considering how Dakota is the one who helps V deep dive into the net in the Star ending, how she has layers and layers of ice and all kinds of complex tech, maybe she's doing the tinkering herself? Or maybe it's just a gameplay mechanic that maybe doesn't make as much sense as I would like it to? And while I will totally admit that's probably all it is, it's still fun to wonder. Because there's no doubt in my mind that there's at least something more to this tricky yet honorable steward of the Badlands. A mad coyote indeed. Fame is a monster with pretty sharp teeth. Yes, sure, you get the money, you get the exclusive perks, and you get the recognition, but not all that glitters is gold. As a part of Carrieridine's quests, we meet USCracks, and USCracks is a band who seems to weather their status well. 3 dedicated girls, strong in their friendship as well as their artistic talent, aware of their power as idols. These girls have taken the cyberpunk world of the 2070s by storm, without sacrificing their sense of selves in the process. But even they still experience the darkest sides of fame and fortune. Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. USCracks, which is a joke towards AssCracks, is a Japanese laser pop group formed by MSM Records to compete in the AI-dominated music scene of the early 2070s. On another level, USCracks is probably most well known to players of 2077 for their hit song, Pon Pon Shit, which, I mean, I won't lie, I actually really like Pon Pon Shit. It's really grown on me. It's just a fun song to ram into streetlights with, and also the lyrics are hilariously vulgar when you actually look into them. The band consists of 3 members, who go by the names of Blue Moon, Red Menace, and Purple Force. All 3 of the girls in their performing personas all speak using Japanese accents that they put on, along with the whole kawaii sort of look and attitude. But they're actually all Japanese Americans born in the NUSA. One might compare them to the idols of K-pop, sort of, which on the outset looks like a super wow thing. They're all super talented, they dance, they sing, they look amazing, but underneath the surface, that life is very stressful. It's a very busy, constant, on-demand life. There's a very ugly side to the life of a K-pop idol in the real world, which I would encourage you to look into. It is nuts. But either way, the girls of USCracks sell their personas well, as they've swept through the music markets of Asia, Europe, and by the time they cross paths with V, they're selling out stadiums in the States. The USCracks empire is taking over the world. The other thing too I want to note about the girls and how quick and smart they are with their image and star power and everything is that after you blow up their van with Carrie, you can see them on Ziggy Q's show where they talk about it, and they basically find a way to twist it into making their image even more popular and cool. They take this otherwise very unfortunate, frustrating event from a logistics perspective and make it into something that enhances their image as these happy, carnage-loving, fun girls. It's just cool. You could argue it's media training and they were told to do that, but I don't know, they seem pretty quick on their feet. They seem like they know what they're doing. I just really like that about them. The other thing that I love about the girls, Blue Moon, Red Menace, Purple Force, is that they're all close friends. Their names are all in reference to their personalities as well. We don't really get to know them all too well as V, but from what I could dig up, both from sources in the game and on the wiki, Red Menace is the spunky, fiery one who speaks her mind and isn't afraid to do what she wants to do. It's also worth noting that Red Menace is the girl that steps up and takes Carrie's gun from him at one point during their confrontation. So she's definitely bold, she's not afraid to get into a dangerous situation, especially when it comes to protecting her friends. Blue Moon is the more serious one, and she comes off as more of the leader of the group when the need arises. Purple Force is said to be the glue, however. She's the more binding force who mediates occasional disagreements between Blue Moon and Red Menace. Her color, purple, being a mix of blue and red, is quite intentional. She's sort of the one that helps the two meet in the middle. Purple Force tends to be a bit more in the background than the other girls, but given her many eyes, I have a feeling she's maybe the most observant of the girls. I don't know, that's my personal headcanon, I guess. USCracks is also known for their unique optical cyberware due to a sponsorship by Kiroshi. One of the big things about the formation of USCracks is not only were they meant to compete with AI music producing, they were meant to sell fashion and fads and trends and all that. But in reality, the three members of USCracks are anything but the standard cash cow, raised up by record labels to just do as they're told. USCracks genuinely does care about the music they create. They enjoy what they do, and they want to be as genuine as possible with the music they make. The other thing too is that even though they are technically a Japanese laser pop band, they are still huge fans of the classic rocker boy Carrie Uridine. So much so, they jump at the opportunity to cover his song, User Friendly, for their first American tour. USCracks was told that Carrie was okay with this cover, and the girls were so excited to play homage to one of their most appreciated musicians. The lyrics of this song speak out against the typical consumerism experienced in the world and industry that Carrie lives in, with specific references to the fact that even his music, including that very song, will likely just be commodified and covered, its meaning shunted to the side in favor of the almighty Eddie. USCracks definitely feels this truth to a degree themselves, as we can discover in Carrie's questline. The fact that both USCracks and Carrie are under the same record label also leaves the possibility of USCracks being treated as Carrie is highly likely. As it turns out, in Carrie's questline, USCracks has been misled by Kovacek, Carrie's manager. They'd believed that Carrie had given his blessing to the girls to perform User-Friendly as a part of their American tour. This song that expressed the American soul. They were, after all, born in the NUSA themselves. They definitely have a more intimate understanding of the American soul than maybe most people who see them as J-pop idols would recognize. But Carrie had no idea about this deal. Insofar as he knew, he was being screwed over by the girls and disrespected, commodified by these product musicians. Which leads to him and V sneaking backstage at their concert to confront them before performing the song. Should Carrie go on his tirade, he acts like a crazy man, he's waving a gun at the girls, and he's threatening them. USCracks ends up filing a restraining order on Carrie, and they perform his song anyway. This just sinks Carrie deeper into bitterness, and we don't want that. So, if we actually encourage Carrie to let the girls tell their side of the story, USCracks decides to stand in solidarity with Carrie, showing that they are not, in fact, the cookie-cutter performers that Carrie Uridine initially thought they were. The girls of USCracks understand what this song means, and they agree to stand up to their label, leveraging their money-making power to get fairer treatment for both them and Carrie. They won't be performing user-friendly, and they suspend their American tour. V can also take a selfie with Carrie and USCracks, which is quite cute. USCracks is a canny bunch, and they're not just dull, surface-level performers. They're aware of their worth, and they're very intelligent. Even Johnny remarks that these girls are the real deal. USCracks and Carrie collaborate and produce a new song together. Carrie's first in ages, titled Off the Leash, which you can hear on Body Heat Radio. Pan Am also likes the song, which I thought was really cute. It is such a nice ending, and I love that Carrie collaborates with the J-pop band, hell yeah. But that is not all there is to USCracks. We touched briefly on stalkers and that end of the spectrum of parasocial relationships in my Carrie video. But here, we do get to see an example of that sort of situation. USCracks is no stranger to such a thing, unfortunately. Now, should you complete Carrie's questline by encouraging his cooperation with USCracks, V will eventually get a call from Blue Moon. I actually had no idea this quest existed until replaying the Carrie quests for my Carrie video, as I got the bad ending my first time around, so it was really nice to hear from Blue Moon and see that there was more content to do with USCracks. But, you know, the circumstances of that phone call that you get from Blue Moon are unfortunate. Blue Moon asks V for help in identifying and neutralizing a mystery stalker. Now, Blue Moon's mystery assailant is only known by the letters GC. He sent some pretty horrific messages to her, specifically, rather than the other girls. And while most of the time the trio can handle more obsessive people like this, Blue Moon recognizes that this individual feels a bit more dangerous than usual. Like, apparently this person sent a bomb in the mail to Blue Moon, and it was really, really close. Which, you know, is a thing that has happened to artists in real life. I believe that actually happened to Bjork once, the Icelandic singer. Which, thankfully, nothing happened. They caught it, but it was like, ugh. Blue Moon says that she wants help catching this stalker and neutralizing them. But she doesn't want them killed. It'll be bad for business, you know? And I also don't get the vibe that Blue Moon's the kind of person who would advocate for killing someone. Blue Moon has V follow her around the Kabuki marketplace, all while Red Menace watches from the rooftops above. Also, if you scan all three of the girls, you can see that the only one who is equipped with combat cyberware and weaponry type stuff is Red Menace. Red Menace means business. So clearly the girls have been able to deal with stuff probably in the realm of stalkers before. I'm sure Red Menace has used those grenades at least once. But this time things are definitely a bit more touchier, that's for sure. And so V is tasked with keeping their eyes peeled for Blue Moon's mysterious stalker. The first person who might seem suspect in this quest is a guy who's taking pictures from the upper walkway of the plaza. But when V confronts him, he reveals he's just taking pictures of Blue Moon to sell. Yes, he does admit that he follows Blue Moon around, which is definitely gross. But he's not in it to actually harm her, he literally just makes money selling the pictures he takes of her. V can tell him to just stop doing this, but he's probably not gonna listen. And if you harm him, the quest fails. But he can tell V that he's noticed a particular girl wearing a little plushy bear backpack and a green outfit. This mystery girl has been in many of his more recent pics of Blue Moon, watching Blue Moon carefully. We can actually see her watching Blue Moon while we sit on the bench with her at the start of this quest. When you scan this lady, you see that her name is Griselda Martinez, and she's highlighted red. And should you eavesdrop on her conversation with Blue Moon, where she goes up to her, bashfully asking for a selfie, she says her name is Green Cloud. GC. Even the weather in this quest is basically green cloudiness with rain, so there you go. We've got her, boys. Blue Moon had assumed that her stalker was male. A lot of the times, in most stalking cases against women, that is the case, but it's not universally true. The famous Tejano singer Selena was killed by a superfan, then friend, then manager of her boutiques, by the name of Yolanda Saldivar. Someone she, for most of the time that she knew her, never believed would ever do her harm, at least from the information that was given during the trial. Saldivar started off as, allegedly, someone who hated Selena because she won awards her initial favorite artists were also up for. But then she went to a Selena concert and totally switched around and suddenly became her biggest fan. She allegedly called Selena's father Abraham and left 15 messages, trying to convince him to let her start and manage Selena's fan club in San Antonio, Texas. Eventually, he caved, and while Yolanda was said to be an incredibly efficient assistant and associate, especially when it came to the fan club, Selena's father never fully trusted her. But Selena became friends with Yolanda. She did trust her, and eventually, Yolanda was given charge of the 2 boutique stores started in Selena's name. Allegedly, Yolanda was quite horrible to work for, and she went full control freak. She was firing staff who displeased her, but she would act sweet and nice whenever Selena was around. Apparently, she was really possessive of her quote-unquote exclusive access to Selena. She allegedly had the walls of her bedroom plastered with Selena posters, among other things. She was described as obsessed with her by a number of people involved in that eventual trial. After it was discovered by Selena's family that Yolanda Saldivar was basically embezzling funds and defrauding the fan club, Yolanda was fired. And shortly after she was fired, on March 31st, 1995, she fatally shot Selena. Selena had actually gone to collect files and paperwork for the business that Yolanda was allegedly holding on to. She was refusing to kind of give it up. Selena met her at a Days Inn motel in Corpus Christi. Selena did try to flee when Yolanda pulled the gun out, but she was shot in the back. Selena managed to run over 100 meters despite a severed artery to the front desk, where she explained what had happened, that Saldivar had shot her, and what room number the attack happened by. Yolanda was chasing after her, according to witnesses, calling Selena a bitch. Selena was declared dead within the next 2 hours, and Yolanda Saldivar, despite her attempts at fleeing, was captured and arrested. She was found guilty of Selena's murder and had no possibility of parole for 30 years. And wouldn't you know it, her first parole hearing was actually on the 30th of March, 2025, or at least at the time I'm recording this, that's when it's scheduled for, which by the time this video is posted, it'll have happened a few days before. Update from Editing Liddy, on March the 28th, I just found this out, Yolanda Saldivar was denied parole 30 years after her murder of Selena, so it looks like she will still be in prison for the time being. Also, the other thing too I want to mention, Selena was only 23 years old when she was killed. She was called the Tejano Madonna for all of her clothing choices and her cultural effect. Like, she was a big deal and she probably would have been even bigger. But yeah, her life was just cut so tragically short, like too many before and after her, in similar situations to this. I don't mean to dig up the tragic story of Selena because of its obvious similarities to the Blue Moon case, or even because of the coincidental events occurring right now with Selena's killer possibly getting parole, but because I think it's important to be aware and also to educate yourself about the dangers of situations like this. The whole story of Selena, there's a lot of red flags in Saldivar's behavior that, in our day and age, the simple awareness of these red flags and behaviors can actually save lives. I'm also bringing this up because it isn't just celebrities who get stalkers and obsessive people, it can happen to anyone. I know an unfortunately large number of people who've personally had experiences with stalking behavior and related harassment, and though all of these people were not physically harmed, it's still important to have awareness and to keep yourself safe, no matter who you are. It's a tragedy what happened to Selena and countless other entertainers who've had their lives cruelly cut short by just one crazy person. That is one of the dangers of being a public figure. But there's even more cases of everyday people, just like you and me, who were in a similar situation, who unfortunately did not survive. And even for people who have been in situations like this, who weren't physically harmed or did survive, it's still scarring. The survivors of these ordeals are now scarred for life because of a situation that no one should ever have to consider. But unfortunately, we do live in a world where it's in your best interest to just be aware. Just be careful out there, no matter who you are. And it is a good thing that Blue Moon has V in this situation because her stalker, Griselda, is out for blood. After she poses like an awestruck fan, she goes into a gun store nearby to buy a gun. V can confront her here, or even earlier after talking to the camera guy about her, but you get the full breadth of the quest if you just keep following Blue Moon around the Kabuki market. Now there's two ways you can finish this quest really. One results in the stalker ambushing Blue Moon and flatlining her.
So you think I'm a kid, huh? I gave you everything! Everything! I don't even know who you are! V, help!
And as Blue Moon is calling in vain to V for help in this situation, she is killed by Griselda. After V enacts revenge, Red Menace comes running down from the rooftops, devastated, blaming V for not protecting Blue Moon as she hired them to do, and I felt so bad. I didn't intend to get this ending when I was recording. It was an accident. I wasn't fast enough and I just felt so bad. But should you protect Blue Moon? You can find on Griselda's body a schedule, which at first my dumb brain was like, BM? Like, what's BM? And I was reading the schedule in a very confused way, but then I put it together. This was Blue Moon's day, as seen through the eyes of Griselda. Griselda also referred to herself as Green Cloud, almost like she wanted to be Blue Moon's replacement in USCracks, or the fourth member of USCracks. We don't really know exactly what she was dreaming of, but Griselda also carried a picture of Blue Moon with her eyes scratched out, the words, "My new face," scrawled across the picture. That is all the evidence that Blue Moon needs to know that they did get the right person, which, hopefully we did. Even if you go against Blue Moon's wishes to leave Griselda alive, V's reasoning that Griselda would just be released to follow her again is enough to convince Blue Moon that it was the right thing to do. Either way, whatever you decide, Blue Moon is relieved and she pays V. Red Menace stays on the rooftops, watching out for her bandmate even still. And that is it for USCracks. Like, yes, you could flirt with Blue Moon, actually, through text. After the quest, she'll text you, but nothing ever comes of it. Blue Moon says she's gotta go on tour, so she just doesn't have time for a date at the moment. But it was, indeed, a wild, interesting ride for a single side quest with 2/3 of the band. We never fully understand Green Cloud, or Griselda Martinez's, full reasoning or motives for what she did, or her obsession with Blue Moon. We only really see her rage, her unexplained grief in that one rant. Blue Moon has never seen her before that single selfie, or at least she doesn't remember seeing her ever before, so it's a mystery to her as well. In reality, there's all kinds of reasons why stalker behavior or obsessive behavior like this can happen. None are good, of course, but it's important to understand it's not such a one-track thing. Psychologists have found that a need for control over another person can be a huge factor in stalking behavior, or an unhealthy desire for a relationship or a friendship with someone. Most of the time, stalking occurs between people who know one another prior to the start of the stalking behavior. But there's an increasing frequency of more parasocial relationships in the modern age. Our lives are becoming more and more work rather than the things that are important in life, like cultivating intimate relationships and strong friendships. And while parasocial relationships are not in and of themselves an unhealthy thing, as I get into in my Carrie video, there is, unfortunately, an increase in parasocial stalking. The important thing that we can take from stories like this are to be aware, to educate ourselves, and look out for one another. It sucks that we live in a world where this kind of shit can happen, but alas, it does. But as we can see, with the help of V, one person who is vigilant and aware, we can protect an innocent girl whose art brings joy to millions of people worldwide. We can protect Blue Moon from that green cloud that's trying to shroud all her light away, and equip her with the knowledge to better protect herself and her two best friends, should this happen again. They say a broken clock is right twice a day, but in Gary the Prophet's case, it might be a little bit more than twice. Gary, the hero we needed but did not deserve, gave his life, potentially, to bestow upon his people the revolutionary knowledge he possesses. Or maybe they're just delusions, or knowledgeable delusions. Maybe that's a good way of phrasing it. When it comes to Gary, full name, Gerald Winkler, it's pretty standard to take what he's saying as general nonsense, scop talk, the result of far too many drugs. And while the latter may play a part in the unique flavoring of his conspiracies, at the end of V's interactions with Gary, we come face to face with something he was, in fact, correct about. After losing Gary to mysterious interlopers, we are left to ponder all those things Gary told us about the technomancers from Alpha Centauri, about the vampires, about the werewolves, and more. Were they actually true? The answer definitely surprised me, and it might just surprise you too. Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. Gary the Prophet, or as his parents know him, Gerald Winkler, was once a Night City resident just like any other. Until the accident. We don't know the nature of this accident, as he never really gets into it specifically, but he says that his Ripperdoc had to riddle around in his brain because of this accident. Gary claims that his Ripperdoc installed a sort of co-processor chip that apparently allows him to tap into the discussions and doings of a mysterious entity he only refers to as them. He doesn't explain to us who they are. We're kind of left to wonder, as he mentions a number of secret societies and entities in his many conspiracies. Perhaps Gary's Ripperdoc was in cahoots with them, or a secret society who knows who they are, and saw Gary as humanity's last hope. Or maybe his Ripper just scavenged parts from the garbage or through scavs. We'll probably never know. It was probably scavs. I'm putting my money on scavs. At some point following Gary's awakening to his insider knowledge, he realized that he had a job to do, and that job was to spend his every waking hour spreading the dark truth of the world to every Night City citizen who'd listen. Which isn't a very big number. Gary set up shop, which consists of a filthy mattress surrounded by food wrappers and garbage, in the alleyway next to Misty's Esoterica, or at least he's there by time V comes across him in 2077. Gary will preach until the earliest hours of the morning before turning in and sleeping until at least 1 in the afternoon, at least in my game. The techno-necromancers work hard, but Gary works harder. One has to wonder how Misty feels about Gary, considering you can hear his rants from inside her shop if you just stand there. She's probably okay with him though. Misty seems like a nice lady. I'd imagine most people who wander into her shop do so because they just stop to observe Gary. Like, maybe that number isn't high, as she herself admits. Her store doesn't get too many people coming through. But something's better than nothing, right? Gary wears a frock that looks like a garbage bag with just, like a head hole and an arm holes cut into it, which reminds me of a friend of mine who used to ride an e-scooter around Toronto who wore a garbage bag with holes in it because she got tired of having a filthy raincoat at the end of every day, every spring, with the hole just being where her face was. It's just... Anyway. Gary also has a young apprentice of sorts, an unnamed woman who we can observe sitting with him from time to time. She worries for Gary's safety, and we can overhear her telling him to be careful. If he keeps spreading Arasaka's secrets, they're gonna take him out. Gary's first rant, at least in my game, if I miss any of his rants, please let me know in the comments below. I think I got them all, but who knows, maybe there's some secret ones. Was his rant about Saburo Arasaka not being dead. He talks about immortality tag, that Saburo is undead. He frames the Arasaka family like vampires, with Saburo lying in wait in the family crypt for rejuvenation. He also says that the Arasakas got their vampiric power of undeath from the techno-necromancers of Alpha Centauri, a group entity that Gary mentions a lot, who we'll be getting into shortly. Gary also says that the advertised immortality tech of the relic is just a shroud for the real evil going on in Arasaka. This is definitely the easiest of Gary's rants to sift the truth from, and there's a lot. He's right about many things, even if his flavoring is a little off. Saburo isn't technically dead. No, not if you count his engram. And in a way, yeah, Mikoshi is sort of the family crypt of sorts, even if there's more people in there than just the Arasakas. I'm sure Hanako has plans to copy herself in there too someday anyway. I doubt it's just Saburo who's gonna be the only one to copy his consciousness, all the different endings aside. And I mean, sure, the Arasakas might not be literal vampires, but like many corpo overlords, they got many of the same classic traits. A taste for excess, looking down on those lowly humans beneath their towers. Aging slowed beyond anything we've ever seen. Just look at Hanako, she's 78 years old. Yeah, like they feed off the sheep fenced in by the corporate oligarchical machine. Also, it's interesting to note, A Mikoshi is, according to Wikipedia, a sacred religious palanquin in Shintoism. Shinto followers believe that it serves as the vehicle to transport a deity in Japan while moving between main shrine and temporary shrine, usually during a festival. That the Arasaka family crypt shares a name with this stepping stone for deities from shrine to shrine, or body to body, does suit both the vampiric viewpoint of being gods among men. I think of Dracula on the Demeter being transported in his coffin, kind of. Oh, and also the nature of Arasaka's brand of immortality. Mikoshi is a very good name. So yeah, Gary is correct here in more ways than are obvious, even after playing through the main story. Like, maybe he's not literally correct, but literal correctness is hardly as fun in fiction. Who doesn't like puzzles? Gary's next rant is about mysterious entities seeing through people's eyes without them knowing. This one's a little harder to parse, but I don't think it's that crazy. I actually think it's the most reasonable of all the things that he says. Gary says that our memories might not even be trustworthy. He says that those who have sold us our mechanical eyes very well could be looking through them. Gary described cybernetics as a blessing and a curse, that our trading in our flesh for their technology places us further in their grasp. And guess who's behind it?
Why the Titans of Entertainment in Alpha Centauri?
And also, he says that they're using their access to human eyeballs, like cameras of a reality TV show, kind of, like that they show to their people as a way to entertain and distract their masses. Wherever and whoever those masses are, which, you know, is not unlike entertainment in the world of Night City, or in our world too. It's all a distraction. And then poor Gary has to deal with being in the background of a picture. He looks so sad here when the girls come by and they're like, oh my god, a real conspiracy guy. Now, the thing here is that this theory on its own doesn't give us much. What he's saying about someone being able to look through someone's cybernetic eyes isn't that crazy, at least not to me. Like, why not? If somebody's got some bad malware or they caught a bug on the net, someone could use that to peer through someone's cybernetic eyes in secret. Maybe they could do some weird stuff to wipe their memory. I believe that's a quick hack V can use as well. It's even said in-game that some netrunners can hack someone's optics, like V can hack cameras, to use a person as a vantage point of sorts. So this isn't that nutty, but it's not mind-blowing either, until you connect this rant with Gary's next one. Gary's third rant is about the mysterious blue-eyed entities that he describes as reptilians. I'm assuming these are the same reptilians that the Garys of today discuss. Basically, the rich and powerful are, not unlike the reptilians of 2025 conspiracy lore, the elites, the rich, the powerful. Gary includes President Myers in this as well. They also descend from dinosaurs, he says, of the Antarctic ice sheet, which, like, I'm not a paleontologist, but Antarctica in the age of dinosaurs was, from what I understand, way warmer back in the days of dinosaurs. It was lush, it was not like this frozen wasteland. Australia used to be like a super close neighbor to Antarctica back in this time. There were tons of fascinating dinosaurs here. Here I go, I'm going on my dinosaur rant. There's tons of fascinating dinosaurs here. Pretty much all of them evolved these incredible adaptations to survive what would have been harsh, dark winters there. One of my favorite dinosaurs, Leiolinosaura, displays some of these unique adaptations, namely in its large eyes. Some paleontologists believe that it would have helped them to see in the pitch black, long night of those Antarctic winters. Big eyeballs equals big vision. So now I'm just thinking, Gary, do you mean like the dinosaurs thawed out of the ice sometime in the last 65 million years? Or like, do you have knowledge that Antarctica was always frozen and paleontologists are wrong? I need to know this now. He also says that the reptilians are still coming from Antarctica. There's a lot of undiscovered Gary Antarctica lore that we will just never, ever know, and it makes me sad. But he's not done. Guess who made the reptilians from the dinosaurs? Or maybe who made the dinosaurs? The scientists of Alpha Centauri. Not the techno-necromancers this time, it's a bit different. So one could describe Rosalind Myers, Saburo Arasaka, Lucius Rhine, and any number of the cyberpunk elite that we could meet as a snake, I think. I think many people already do. This is an insult to snakes everywhere. But in that sense, sure, Gary is not super wrong about comparing them to reptilian entities. And vampires do share a lot of ancient ties with more reptilian features, like the Lamia of Greek mythology, I believe. So, sure, Gary, I'm picking up what you're putting down here. But the blue eyes bit is definitely ringing alarm bells. Throughout 2077, there's an interesting presence of characters with glowing blue eyes. These blue eyes, sure, they could be argued to be the result of having optics installed. We see pretty much every character in the game have a flash of blue eyes when they're transferring eddies around or data, which makes me assume that it glows when there's a connection of sorts, a data transfer, if you know what I'm saying. The most well-known character with these eyes is Mr. Blue Eyes. We don't know his real name, if he even has one, but Mr. Blue Eyes only appears in some of the most important sections of the game, albeit very sneakily, most of the time. The Sun ending is where he appears most blatantly, you get to talk to him, there's the whole thing with like the Crystal Palace. I'll get into theories surrounding what that whole bit is for in his video, which is coming, I swear. The conspiracy canyon with this guy just gets wider and wider. Mr. Blue Eyes, most of the time, will first appear in the Peralez questline, standing from a distance and watching V's final conversation with Jefferson. Now, this takes place after V discovers this strange mind control, memory erasure going on with Jefferson and his wife, which, if you take into account a number of NCPD mission shards, as well as Sandra Dorsett's questline, is likely an operation spearheaded by the mysterious Night Corp. In fact, right before we can have this conversation with Jefferson, V gets a really invasive call from a mysterious, unidentified figure who sounds like Mr. Blue Eyes. This person warns them to back off. They seem to know everything about V. There's this implication that they've been watching them. And also, when I say invasive, this call basically glitches V's vision. It kind of brings V to their knees a bit. Like, they're directly tapping into V and they're physically letting V know that they're in there. At least that was my take on it. It was very creepy. I was like, ugh, the first time that happened. This is not unlike what Gary claims about those
techno-necromancers from Alpha Centauri!
Being able to see through people's eyes, as well as alter their memories and their perceptions of reality. Also worth noting, Mr. Blue Eyes appears twice in Phantom Liberty, should you choose to send Songbird to the moon. Songbird describes a man who fits his description with those trademark blue eyes, offering her this chance to get to space, to save her life. He basically books her ticket for her. The other thing, too, is that she says that he seems to know things about her that aren't common knowledge, stuff that she's never shared with anyone. This isn't unlike V's experience with Mr. Blue Eyes. Also, Songbird describes Mr. Blue Eyes as a proxy figure, which is interesting. Some people theorize that Mr. Blue Eyes and Night Corp are the techno-necromancers from Alpha Centauri that Gary speaks of. But what if they're just the proxies for the techno-necromancers, as Gary speaks of the blue-eyed reptilians of being? Maybe their real overlords exist in another realm, an angel heaven, perhaps, peering through those blue eyes, controlling what they say and what they do. I'm digging this hole deeper. Hold on to that thought, because Gary may actually be onto something here. The fourth conspiracy Gary gets into is that cyberspace is actually pandemonium. Now, if we take the meaning of pandemonium from John Milton's Paradise Lost, pandemonium is the home of all demons. It's kind of what the word itself means when you break it down to its Greek parts. So yeah, Gary is equating the net to hell, which isn't actually as original as it may sound. You can hear a conspiracy on Moral Rock Radio, for instance, from Maximum Mike, discussing the idea that Rach Bartmoss discovered the net, rather than the net being man-made, and that the net is in fact hell. There's more to this that has to do with some references to Spider Murphy as well, but I will get into that in her video. Gary says things about souls suffering in the net as well, not super unlike what we know of engrams and Soul Killer and how horrific it is. Even the AIs in the net, if you count them and how Rabbids really screwed them up, seem to be suffering in their own way. There's a whole lot of screaming beyond the black wall, at least that's how I'd describe those noises, which I'll play here, you let me know what you think. Gary also says that the Alpha Centauri beings are the ones who opened the gates of this hell, and like that part's definitely interesting, because that leaves things open to a lot of interpretations. Some theorize that Gary's referring to Alt's creation of Soul Killer, and how that opened the gates of hell, so to speak, in the net. Not even just for those who were soul killed, but even when it comes to Rabbids. Rabbids was built on the back of Soul Killer by Rage Bartmoss. But some also see this as a hint towards Project Cynosure, how that project basically sought to leash AIs, only to really risk flying too close to the sun. We see where that research very likely led with Songbird's power over the Black Wall, or perhaps the Black Wall's power over her. Which leads me to the last of Gary's rants, which is by far the most bonkers, not because of what he's saying, but because the wackiest part of it has some actual literal truth in it. Werewolves. Alright, so in my alt video, I was like, no, there's no way that's real. And the comment section of that video blew my mind because, yeah, no, it turns out that Gary's right, there are werewolves. But before I get to the literal werewolf part, I have to talk about the more figurative view of Gary's werewolf rant. So Gary claims that nomads, or at least some of them, are werewolf-type creatures who shift with the full moon and roam the Badlands with a thirst for blood. Gary says that the nomads became werewolves after exposure to an alien substance that was initially sought by Arasaka, aka the Vampire Elite, in order to turn Saburo's enemies into werewolves. But things got out of hand, the nomads got infected, and where was this ship from?
From Alpha Centauri!
Saburo couldn't get this weapon after the crash of the ship, so that's why we don't see werewolves all over the Corpo world. Gary explains, too, that among the werewolves is a mysterious Queen Lilith.
Her voice of ice, Queen Lilith. She was calm, but at the cost of her humanity.
Remember her? But he also says that the werewolves are the only truly free entities from the reptilians. So I guess they have that going for them. And nomads are basically free from the Corpo overlords, at least more so than other people are. Okay, so figurative take first. There's an interesting theory out there that suggests that this is all an allegory for Rabbids somehow. That the term werewolves refers to the AIs who were infected with Rabbids after the data crash, that they go around consuming everything, destroying, doing whatever they want. They're free, after all, because of Rabbids. And Queen Lilith, as I got into in my Alt Cunningham video, is potentially the same entity as Lilith, this very malevolent-seeming rogue AI that we can meet in that one Maelstrom Cyber Psycho quest. Or at the very least, Alt is probably related to her in some way. That's another rabbit hole over there in that video if you're interested. As for the Saburo Arasaka wanting to have control over the werewolf virus, you could definitely argue that that could refer to Soul Killer being a sibling program sort of Rabbids. And I mean, who wouldn't want to have control over Rabbids? Maybe he literally was at some point seeking control of Rabbids. That could be possible. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think about that take and what you think there could be with the figurative side of the werewolf allegory. But now, for the other take, the literal werewolf take. Apparently, in lore, this is true. As posted by CS Grizzly on Reddit, there actually are Badlands werewolves in the tabletop lore. But not even just tabletop lore anymore, because there's some hints that it's canon in 2077's continuation. First of all, in Grizzly's own words, Tales from the Forlorn Hope is an R. Talsorian published adventure book for Cyberpunk 2020, telling about the various stories and individuals associated with the 2020s bar, the Forlorn Hope. Now I'm just thinking of Camp Forlorn Hope in New Vegas, and then I remember I should really play New Vegas again. Anyway, apparently, if you take this list of non-canon sourcebooks into account that Grizzly points to, the omission of Tales from the Forlorn Hope from that list implies that it is indeed considered canon. A lot of the characters from the Forlorn Hope book actually do appear, as Grizzly points out, in Johnny's Never Fade Away flashback in 2077, which is definitely an interesting creative choice that feels very intentional. There's 6 total characters that Grizzly found that many people might not know about. This includes Yishen, the vending machine girl. Now, the other thing that is mentioned in this sourcebook is the Badlands werewolves. And yes, they're legitimately human wolf creatures. I'll link what CS Grizzly found so you can check the pages referenced yourself. Basically, these werewolves are said to be biological constructs, presumably corpo experiments that somehow got loose in the wasteland, which does sort of connect a bit to the Joanne Koch gig that you can take on for Dino Dinovich, with her relatively unspecified experiments on nomad populations. There's also some shards you can find surrounding her experiments in the city center, how Biotechnica is trying to sweep it under the rug. Like, is there solid proof that Joanne Koch is behind the werewolves? Not that I could find, but, like, Gary was right, confirmed about the most ridiculous thing, and it is, yeah, werewolves are real. They're out there. They're out there, guys. The other thing, too, is that Grizzly found a shard by the Sunset Motel with some of Gary's werewolf ramblings. And Maximum Mike also talks about the werewolf theory, too, apparently. So, yeah, the star ending could be, in fact, the most grisly ending of all. The other thing, too, I have never actually heard this for myself, but some people say that when they're just sitting out in the Badlands and if there's no music and you just listen to the ambiance at night, some people hear some really strange howls. I can't say I've had that, but if you have, let me know. That's creepy. That would be cool. So anyway, again, there's even more truth to the things that Gary continues to say, even if it's not in his delivery. But there is one more rant, one more theory that stands out above the rest. Gary the Prophet's last attempt at opening the world's eyes before he is taken from us all too soon. Gary's werewolf rant rubs some nearby nomads the wrong way. So long as V saves Gary from harm, you open up the quest, The Prophet's Song, where Gary is determined to prove to V that there are some secret society workings going on that affect the whole world. Gary explains his connection to them, saying that all he shares he knows through that code processor his Ripper installed in his head. He says that he can prove it to V, and he sends them to a clandestine location in Watson's factory district, not far from the All Foods plant. Johnny and V are both kind of like, but at the same time it's definitely an interesting idea to just see how this goes, so they wait in secret for the main event. Hiding behind some crates, they see some Maelstrom goons roll up, followed by some mysterious corpos. And what they say is as follows.
What says the Wolf Father to the Moon Mother as she descends to Earth?
I have protected the realm of man and shadow, but today they are protected by our children, whose name is patricide.
In the age of his failure, he became lost in the forest.
Lilith has concealed the 10th circle from the ancestors' eyes.
Carpe noctem lamia.
Dicit diem execrati.
Now, this seems super weird at first, of course, but there's a really interesting theory about this exchange, posted by a since-deleted Reddit user proposing that this dialogue, in fact, foreshadows the events of Phantom Liberty. Gary was behind Phantom Liberty the whole time. The deleted OP suggests that Songbird is the Moon Mother, as Songbird does technically descend from orbit on Space Force 1, and then she wants to go back to the moon. In the comments, Reddit user Clarence P. Walters makes a really good point about the fact that the mysterious blue-eyed figure is the one who booked that flight for her to get to the moon. We just don't know why. Songbird can't afford to let any suspicions overrule her here, or else she'll die. So she's taking this mystery hand being offered to her without really recognizing that she may indeed be a victim of something just as bad as what Myers had planned for her on the moon. More on this in a second. The deleted OP also suggests that the Wolf Father is Kurt Hansen, as he is the father of sorts of Barghest, the mythical demonic vampire dog creature. Also, when it comes to what patricide refers to, it could be that Barghest, as suggested by OP, rose from the bones of Militech after Hansen basically severed the head of their operative body in Night City. Militech was Barghest's corporate father. There's also the idea that Solomon Reed is the individual, said to be lost in the forest, lost in the reeds, in the age of his failure. And I think that that's plausible because Reed is devastated about failing to keep his promises to Somi. He struggles throughout Phantom Liberty with letting her down, with letting himself down. Lilith and that reference to Lamia, as well as the whole reference to the 10th Circle of Hell and all the Latin, I'm assuming, I get into that deeper in Alt's video, connects back to Gary's numerous references to reptilian vampires. Lamia also really fused the two together, being lady, serpent, vampire, child-eating creatures. And one could definitely take the reference to Night as a huge hint to Night Corp. If you crack the shard that those corpos have that talks about executing Project Oracle, there's a reference to puppets and all kinds of other things. The Pyramid of Zalua being not unlike Mikoshi in appearance, at least if you take a look at reconstructive art that archaeologists have done of the Pyramid of Cholula. Again, I look deeper into that in my alt video. But there's also more here. If you look at the shard in Sandra Dorsett's quests, on that shard, we see a reference to Operation Carpe Noctem. Remember, Carpe Noctem Lamia is what the mysterious corpo lady, Jane Doe, said in that meeting with Maelstrom. The contents of this chip detail the successful testing phases of an AI-type program or entity, depending on how you see AIs, that can basically influence people's minds. And it's heavily implied, based on what we find in the Peralez quests, that that is what has been used on the couple. Like, some people even theorize that Elizabeth and Jefferson's daughter isn't even real, she's just a fake memory implanted in their head. That's how messed up Elizabeth and Jefferson are. It is a very sleeper horror type quest. Remember what I said about Mr. Blue Eyes? That these entities from Alpha Centauri are peering through the eyes of these blue-eyed reptilians? Songbird, a net-running expert comparable to, dare I say, Alt Cunningham, describing Mr. Blue Eyes as a proxy. What is he a proxy for? I think this all has to do with the AIs beyond the Black Wall, and the Black Wall itself, but most of all, with the mysterious Lilith. Lilith, or Queen Lilith, who was once human but no longer so. Lilith, who may very well be the digital remnants of Alt Cunningham. Are the Blackwall AIs the technomancers from Alpha Centauri serving their queen? Some people also believe that Erebus, the AI we can turn into a weapon from Phantom Liberty, sounds creepily like Mr. Blue Eyes himself. I tried to verify that, but I can't find the voice actor to see if they're the same. If you know, please let me know. But what I did find is that Mitch and Mr. Blue Eyes have the same voice actor, which is crazy, I never would have noticed. But another hint I've heard of in the Cyberpunk community comes from a number of players having an encounter with civilians in Dogtown, rambling about how Mother is watching. There's graffiti apparently too saying a very similar line to this. The people I've seen say that they've had this encounter believe that this could be a side effect of Dogtown's proximity to Project Cynosure. We can read from the project notes how the Blackwall almost seemed to whisper to people to invade their brains even after they disconnected from the net. Who knows how far the Blackwall can actually reach? But either way, this is certainly freaky shit. The idea that the techno-necromancers are just rogue AIs is, in my opinion, very believable, but definitely gonna keep searching for more evidence. So what does this all mean when we put it all together and fully connect it back to all the things that Gary has said? Well, it doesn't necessarily mean that Gary knew about the events of Phantom Liberty like a legitimate prophet, like it doesn't mean that, but if we pry apart the secret cryptic message and we connect it to the things we find out in the Sandra Dorset quest and the questionable things going on with Night Corp and the Perales quests and the mysterious Mr. Blue Eyes and all these interconnecting hints, number one, it does heavily hint to the possibility that Night Corp has their hands in a lot more cookie jars than we realize in the cyberpunk world, that Phantom Liberty might not just be a Militech-centric DLC, there might be some Night Corp lurking in the background there, extending its claws just to get Songbird for who knows what reason. Definitely something to do with her net running skills. There's talk about Night Corp wanting to get a bunch of net runners to the moon, including Lucy from Edge Runners, but more on that in another video, because this iceberg. But it also hints to the fact that Gary's coprocessor might genuinely be legit. It's just fuzzy and it's in the mind of somebody who probably didn't get the medical care he needed from his accident, whatever it was. Sure, there's definitely some things lost in translation, but there's a lot of things that Gary has said that aren't seeming so crazy, considering the fact that he was right about that meeting taking place and where it was and how strange it would be. Not only that, but when we decode all of it and examine all that stuff, including Sandra Dorset's quest, a little closer, a lot of things start to line up. I think that it's not so crazy to say that Gary the Prophet, Gerald Winkler, was Alt Cunningham's, Lilith the Rogue AI's, most dangerous adversary in her likely quest to start the AI Armageddon. If that is indeed where the plot is going for Cyberpunk Orion, I think it's a really fun theory. I think Lilith and Night Corp and whoever else is behind the whole thing, maybe it's not Lilith, knows that Gary knows too much, that he's dangerous. He is the hero we need, but just won't recognize. So what happens? Well, like so many great people before him, we lose Gary before his time. When we rush back to Gary to tell him what we saw, what we now know, we return to his distraught apprentice, waving a sign around, frantic, distressed. Gary's been taken, she says, and he's not coming back. Gary has been taken by blue-eyed suits. Oh my god, the techno-necromancers have taken him because he knew the truth. This man was onto something. But just what he was onto, well, it leaves even Johnny Silverhand looking a little more concerned than we're used to. Gary's apprentice requests V's financial aid in building a statue in Gary's memory. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough money to pay the full fee because I was giving Gary all my money in the first place. But should you donate enough funds, the next time you visit Gary's Alley, you will see a stunning mural that apparently cost over 30,000 eddies, apparently? So, whenever we're feeling a little bit lost in Night City without our prophet to guide us, we can always look to his memory to light our way. What better way to blaze down that rebel path than through art? Well, maybe there are better ways, I'm no expert, but one cannot deny the importance of art in politics and beyond. Art is expression, and even the simplest expression is a, depending on your perspective, political act. And this was no secret to the likes of Johnny Silverhand, the infamous frontman of the chromatic rock band Samurai. But Johnny wasn't the only cell in this musical brainchild. There was Carrie Uridine too, who is arguably more well-known than Johnny by 2077. But that's not all. One can't discuss the controversial, anti-establishment cultural movement of Samurai's heyday without discussing the stories of Denny, Henry, and Nancy as well. All equally important in Samurai's success. No whole is greater than the sum of its parts, after all. Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories with Bela in the background, where we unpack how characters shape stories. and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. The brainchild that would become samurai hatched between two best friends, Carrie Uridine and Johnny Silverhand. After Johnny's time in war, he wanted to wake the world up, stir up a fire of revolution and change against killing in that corpo name. Carrie Uridine saw, through his own experience growing up as a lower-class citizen, a powerful meaning and passion to inspire his music, one of the few things that he could call his own in this barren, late-stage capitalist world. Expression is you, it's yours. It's one of the few things a person can lay claim to as theirs in a world like Cyberpunk's, and like ours. For Johnny and Carrie, it wasn't just about money, like their art actually meant something very deep to both of them, even if the meaning was a bit different. And I think it's pretty fair to say that Denny, Henry, and especially Nancy Hartley, Samurai's other band members, all felt very strongly along very similar lines to Carrie and Johnny. While Samurai's first gig at the Red Dirt isn't exactly dated, Samurai was certainly playing under that name by 2003, as this is when they were approached by an intoxicated Jack Masters at the Rainbow Cadenza Club, a grungy but popular venue with the local cyberpunk scene. And Jack Masters was none other than the head of Universal Music. While there's some back and forth references as to Samurai's level of popularity, they're kind of conflicting. Some people say that they were never really that successful, but then other people will say that they were huge. At the very least, Samurai was a big deal to a certain underground crowd. And this underground crowd wasn't necessarily a small one, but it was definitely a crowd that corporations wanted to bury as deep as they could. Samurai is said to have sold out Wembley Stadium on their first world tour. Carrie says in the Rocker Boy sourcebooks that they played a show for 100,000 people. Like, that's a pretty big deal. Samurai's music spoke to the disenfranchised, the everyday person just trying to survive. To the angry youth of the early 2000s, enraged at the hopeless world whose only choice was what logo you would spend your life slaving away for, Samurai served as a rallying point. And while I'm sure there's a lot of things that go into transforming a common rabble into an actual threat, or an instrument of change, being united is definitely a major part of it. But Samurai wouldn't make it to the 2010s. They ultimately broke up in 2008, after world tours, 6 albums, and one of the most successful debuts of all time, at least according to the wiki. Dino Dinovich, a rocker boy fixer that we can meet in 2077, recalls one of Samurai's gigs back in their prime, where Johnny had a corpo executive tied up for torture in the back. If the applause wasn't loud enough, he would go back and torture the corpo a little more. Maybe that's an exaggeration from an already sketchy fixer, but the band did become a little more concerned about Johnny's increasingly radical activism, especially Carrie Uridine. As Carrie says in the Rocker Boy sourcebook, the more famous a person was, the more they had to be very, very careful with their words. And Johnny, as I'm sure many of us know, is Johnny. For Johnny, the message of the band was always the most important, whereas for Carrie, it was about the music. Carrie wasn't as bold or as reckless as Johnny was becoming, and the two began to butt heads more and more. Carrie had tried to leave the band numerous times over the years, only to be convinced to stay, but when Johnny had finally had enough in 2008, for reasons I will explain shortly, Samurai as a whole called it quits. The band members had all grown apart anyway, and they'd begun heading in new directions creatively. But who are these other band members? Not Carrie and Johnny, they both need their own videos, there's a lot to cover for them. No, the people that I want to talk about today are Denny, Henry, and Nancy Hartley, or as we know her, Bess Isis. When it comes to Denny, Samurai's drummer, we unfortunately don't know much about her past. But what we can find out shows that this lady worked hard for her success, and she did not put up with bullshit either. According to the Rocker Boy sourcebook for the Cyberpunk tabletop, at the Rainbow Cadenza, Denny was ready to defend the band from their future agent with a chair that she just picked up because she thought he was just a random high guy harassing the band. And yes, indeed, Jack Masters was high as a kite, but he really was Jack Masters, the head of Universal Music. After Samurai's breakup in 2008, Denny found success with the band Mastermind. Some sources say that Mastermind was founded by Denny, some say she was just a member. Either way, Mastermind was signed to the DSM music label. Now, according to the Rocker Boy sourcebook for the tabletop, Carey says that he and Johnny had some beef with DSM, but he still said he would publicly support Denny's work with DSM so long as they treated Denny better than they treated Carey and Johnny. And it seems that DSM did indeed treat Denny relatively well. While we don't know the extent of Denny's musical career and all the things that she's done, by 2077 she is wealthy enough to have a mansion in North Oak, to have a gold-plated baseball bat, and also, she looks as good as Carey does, if not better, considering she's probably in her late 80s. De-aging tech is not cheap. Keep in mind, Carey is 89. Denny could be older for all we know. Denny did sort of grow apart from her old bandmates over time, life goes on as they say, but she did remain closest to Samurai's bassist, Henry, who at one point in their youth she was in a relationship with. From what I could find, this relationship was a long time ago. I'm guessing sometime in the 2010s is when it occurred, as it's set in lore that they were a unit after the breakup of Samurai, but it doesn't seem like they built much of a life together. I'm not sure, but Denny and Henry still had a soft spot for each other well after their likely breakup. Enough that Denny actually tried to help a struggling Henry sometime before 2077. I personally don't think that Denny and Henry were a couple at the time that the following incident occurred, just from the way that Denny talks about Henry and about this incident, but the two were definitely the closest of all the remaining Samurai members. Henry was dealing with addiction, something he struggled with for decades prior to 2077, likely since his Samurai days. He was struggling to find work, both in music and outside music. Denny found a band in need of a bassist, and she helped Henry manage his addiction to the point that he was able to stop using, which is a lot more than most people might do for an old friend. But Henry then cut Denny out of his life as he threw himself into his new one, and Denny was deeply hurt by that. Again, I'm not sure if they were romantically linked at this point or not. Even as friends, this would have sucked, and I can't imagine how horrible that would be if they were together and then Henry just left Denny like that. Sure, you can argue that Denny helping Henry back into circumstances associated with his past addiction wasn't the greatest decision. I think that's a thing they highlight in how you can help somebody not relapse by keeping them away from circumstances and situations that are associated with former drug use. But on the other hand, speaking as someone who comes from a family with some substance abuse issues, I sort of also see it as, considering how Henry was in a really difficult place with limited options and he may have already burned a lot of bridges, music may have been the only feasible way for him to make a living at this point. Sure, would rehab have been better for Henry? Yes, but only if he wanted to go. You can't force someone into rehab, it'll usually backfire really bad. Henry, unfortunately but not surprisingly, started partying with his new band, to the point that he started using again. And it only took 1 month, just 1 month, for his new band to get sick of his behavior and to kick him out. He managed to find Denny one day on the streets of Night City, and he fell to his knees, begging her to help him. But Denny was done with Henry at this point. I can't blame her. She was deeply hurt by how Henry just cut her out of his life until he needed something again, and she left him in the street. Addiction is a hell of a thing, and it makes people do shitty things that they might not have done if they were otherwise in good health. But Denny is also not obligated to forgive and forget. Who knows how many other times she had already forgiven and forgotten. Denny hid her future address from Henry, and she never contacted him again from what we know. At least until Carrie busted Henry out of rehab in 2077. Carrie gave Henry Denny's address, unaware of the history between the two. And the first thing Henry does is commandeer a cement truck and pour concrete in Denny's pool, which Denny is not happy about. Carrie and V have to calm things down between the two exes, but there's no way we can heal the rift that has formed between the two. You have to choose between Denny or Henry for the samurai reunion, because Denny refuses to play with Henry. If he hadn't dumped cement in the pool, maybe she would have tolerated him. But Carrie should not have broken that guy out of rehab. Oh, Carrie. Denny is never involved in the plot of 2077 again, but we can find a mention of her in People of Night City, CDPR's in-universe interviews meant to serve as a sort of promo for 2077. In Denny's interview, she expresses frustration with the media, saying that it's crazy that modern reporters and journalists would rather be interviewing her, a drummer from a long-dead band, than talk about the real hard-hitting stuff going on in the world. Like the increasing horrors of climate change, the wealth gap, the crimes of megacorporations. She's still got a bit of that samurai rebel in her, even after all these years of celebrity and riches, which, some might argue that makes her a bit of a hypocrite, some might argue that that's just the way the system is, and if you can profit off it, then why not? Either way, Denny is irritated that journalists would rather hear all about Henry dumping cement into her pool than actually trying to touch on hard-hitting issues. Which, yeah, you can't blame her for being annoyed for that. Oh, Henry. Henry was Samurai's bass guitarist, but according to Johnny, Henry was always a bit of an idiot. He was a party animal, kind of the stereotypical rock star party boy, but he played with Samurai for as long as they were together. People put up with his antics. It was just Henry. At least until their breakup in 2008. Sometime after the breakup, Henry was in a relationship with Denny. But also around this time, Henry suffered a horrific workplace injury while working on a human interface project with a company called Blaze Tech. Which, I gotta say, it's kind of cool to picture Henry, the idiot of the band as Johnny describes him, maybe being like an idiot savant, like he's absolutely nuts in some ways, but maybe he was a technical genius. I don't know. Maybe if Henry hadn't gotten his brain fried, he could have been like a famous techie or something. Maybe he would have become a corpo, which would have kind of been hilarious. Henry took a long time to recover from this incident, as his memories were all jumbled, and apparently a lot of his basic motor functions were temporarily compromised. It says in the sourcebook that Henry's brain was, literally, rewired by the damage, and this stopped him from playing bass, at least for a while. Sometime after would be when Henry began to have severe substance abuse issues well beyond his previous party lifestyle. Trust me, I'm not a doctor, but I'm reminded of post-concussion syndrome or traumatic brain injury and the wide array of brain injuries that can fundamentally change a person to someone they might never have been otherwise. This area of Henry's character kinda hits close to home for me, as an extended family member of mine was posthumously believed to have suffered from some variety of TBI or something of the like, only for it to go completely unrecognized for his entire life, as he suffered not one, but 2 freight truck accidents in his youth. Yes, he got hit by 2 fucking freighters in 2 separate incidents in the 1970s and 80s. Which, fast forward to the updated medical science of the 2010s, was believed to have very likely damaged his brain long term. We'll never know for sure, but it's a possibility that, had it been known back then when these accidents happened, had it been entertained by his doctors, maybe that knowledge could have helped him live a healthier life, but of course medicine was not where it is today. Like, could this person still function like a normal person? 100%. If you'd met him on a surface level, he seemed pretty normal. But he developed immense substance abuse issues not long after, as well as aggression that was not characteristic of him prior to the accidents. Certainly these two things could be caused by a wide variety of things, but you know, it's a thing that we always wonder. This family member I'm talking about died relatively young from substance abuse. Obviously in Henry's case, like, Henry's brain got fried by electricity during a terrible cyberware interface accident. It's a little different from getting smoked by two freighters. But when I look at Henry's story, I'm just reminded of this family member, and yeah, it's a horrible situation. I can't help but wonder, both for Henry and for this family member, how different life could have been if more had been done or more had been known about this kind of injury at the time that they lived through it. You just wonder how different life could have turned out if that injury had never happened. At some point, anyway, Henry did approach Denny for help. It sounds like her life was going a lot better than his was in many ways, and she did help him get clean. She even hooked him up with a new band. Unfortunately, this was not the best environment for a recovering addict at a high risk of relapse, and relapse Henry did. Henry started partying again, he started using again, and he cut Denny out of his life completely. At least, for the whole month he was with this band, before they kicked him out for his behavior. Henry then found Denny on the street one day, and he begged her to help him. But Henry had hurt Denny, and she cut all ties with him. We don't know all of what Henry's been up to in the time period leading up to 2077, but Carrie Uridine found him in rehab. So he's clearly been struggling with his addictions, at least on and off, for quite some time. Carrie busts him out so Henry can join for the samurai reunion, and I kinda wonder if Henry was put in there by someone else. Maybe he did check himself in, but Carrie, why did you have to break him out of rehab? If your friend is in rehab, he's probably got some deep shit he's working through. And indeed, it was a bad call to break him out, because the first thing he does, once Carrie blabs about Denny's address, because Carrie's not aware, he's not thinking about this, is dump a cement truck of concrete into Denny's pool. If you take Johnny's word for it, Henry has always been like this, even before his accident, at least to a degree. He's like, yeah, he'll do what he wants, but he doesn't like to deal or accept the consequences of his actions. Denny refuses to play with Henry, though Henry is totally okay with playing with Denny. But he doesn't quite get why Denny is so against playing with him, at least on the surface. Maybe deeper than that, he might understand. It just makes me sad, because Henry clearly needs a lot of help, but he also clearly misses those better days with Samurai. Henry is actually very clearly happier and more excited to be playing with Samurai again, should you choose him over Denny. And it's nice to see, but then you remember that Henry probably hasn't had a lot of wins in recent years. This is a big deal for him. Every other Samurai member has, in their own respective career paths, had a lot of success. Even Johnny had a lot of success before his death. For Henry, it's just been downhill since the 2010s. It's probably been a painful decline for him, and he just keeps digging this hole deeper and deeper. If you choose to side with Denny, you can find Henry sulking on the sidewalk outside her mansion. And yeah, he's a shithead, but it's so hard not to feel kinda bad for him, even in regards to Denny, because Denny seemed to be the one person who cared about him most, and he kind of screwed the pooch on that. I think he knows it, and I just feel bad for him. But Henry, oh Henry, I hope he goes back to rehab. Damn it, Carrie! Nancy Hartley, or as V knows her, Bess Isis, was Samurai's keyboardist. Before getting into music though, Nancy was a member of a booster gang. So, Nancy's definitely no stranger to some heavy shit. She's no delicate flower. For those who might not know, an example of a booster gang is Maelstrom, which explains Bess Isis's level of ease around Maelstrom by time V meets her. Nancy joined Samurai, as she says in her People of Night City interview, because she saw no future. The world was hopeless, especially for the youth. She saw music as her way of pushing back. In that sense, she is not unlike Johnny or Carrie. Nancy was also, at least according to Baby Johnny, a bit of a control freak. She liked to be in charge, and she really took over the management of Samurai as much as she could. But this wasn't all bad. Nancy booked gigs, she thought of all the logistics, she would handle some of the finances. Nancy handled shit. She's also the one who named the band Samurai, reasoning, in an ironic sense, that a samurai, like Johnny, was willing to die for their beliefs. Something she kind of thought was stupid. But Johnny and Carrie didn't care about the irony she packed behind the name, they just liked how it sounded. Nancy played with Samurai consistently until about 2007. Around this point is when she married a man who would turn out to be abusive. Nancy hid the truth of the abuse for quite some time. One day, in 2007, Nancy told her bandmates the truth, and that her husband wanted her to quit the band. Johnny and Carrie set aside their own increasing differences, and they headed over to Nancy's apartment to deal with this clown. But it turns out Nancy didn't need their help. Nancy was, after all, a former member of a booster gang. At this point, her husband's attempt at removing her ability to express herself through music was the final straw. She was like, no. Nancy's husband started beating her again, and she decided enough was enough. She went and defended herself. According to the Rocker Boy sourcebook, not only did Nancy push her husband out of the window of their 83rd story penthouse, but she'd apparently done a number on him before that. Once again, Nancy handled shit. But the law didn't quite see it that way. Nancy was arrested and convicted and sentenced to 7 months in jail. Even though her sentence was only a matter of months, the band fell apart without her. One could argue that it was bound to happen anyway, but Nancy, even if she might have been teased for being a control freak, was also kind of the glue that kept Samurai together. She handled all the overhead stuff, which left the rest of the band to their own devices. Tensions flared in her absence, especially between Johnny and Carrie. Nancy was ready to rejoin once her sentence was up, but the damage was done. Samurai broke up in 2008. But this didn't stop Nancy from living her life as a newly single lady who just drop-kicked 200 pounds off a balcony. Nancy got a fresh start, or as fresh as she possibly could. She changed her career from rocker girl to media, and she changed her name from Nancy Hartley to Bess Isis. Nancy also has another pen name, but Bess Isis is usually the one that she uses. Nancy, as I touched on earlier, does seem to have a more philosophical, thoughtful way of looking at words, a little more poetic-ish. She's an investigative journalist and writer, after all. But I also find her chosen names to be sort of ironic as well. So, Bess is an Egyptian god. I mean, maybe it's short for Bessie.
Bessie? She was one of yours.
Bessie! Thank the gods for Bessie. And
but I think it's to do with the Egyptian god in this case. Anyway, Bess is a god of protection, of fertility, and apparently was a paragon of the good and an enemy of all things bad. Bess Isis is definitely one of the, at least by the sounds of it, one of the last heavy-duty investigative reporters in the world of Cyberpunk. She's ready to dig into a dangerous situation to get to the source. But you could also see the name Bess sort of ironically with Bess Isis. Like, Bess Isis strikes me as like less of a protector of the good and more of a destroyer of the bad. She kind of strikes me as most like Johnny of all the Samurai band members. Like, sure, you could view the destroying of evil as a protecting action towards the good indirectly, but guess it depends on your viewpoint. But one of the things that separated Bess Isis from Johnny and their pursuit of change is that Bess Isis didn't see the need to die to prove her point. She says in her People of Night City interview that arts and journalism aren't that different. She's still fighting her war with the bleak reality she lives in. She's just expressing herself with the pen rather than the sword. I mean, like, Bess Isis got to live to see just how well the sword worked out for Johnny. The Isis part of her name is also very packed with meaning. Again, Isis as a goddess is a protective figure, but she's associated with motherhood, also with resurrection. She's associated with fate, of having power over people's lives. And you could definitely argue that as a media, Bess Isis can ruin some people's lives, should she uncover their dirty secrets. She also says that she's been known to resurrect the name of Johnny Silverhand and Samurai when her stories are running dry. But the motherhood part, well, Nancy's son, Dan, has some issues with his mom. We can meet him during one of Rogue's gigs, where he gambled his car away, along with some special samurai bootleg recordings that are worth a lot of money. Dan has a gambling addiction, he's high on something when V meets him. He almost kinda reminds me of Henry. Henry's the father theory ensues. I say that jokingly, but it's not necessarily true that Dan is the son of Nancy and her first husband. It's never specified when he was born, etc., etc. I don't know. There's some in-universe stuff that says everybody in Samurai was sleeping with each other anyway. Which, could just be rumors, but I just find that possibility quite funny. Either way, Dan doesn't have any warm things to say about his mom. The two are definitely estranged. He's high, sure, but it feels like when you ask him about his relationship with his mother in Rogue's gig, he never really saw Bess Isis as a very loving figure. He says he doesn't even call her mom. He doesn't call her mother. He doesn't call her any of that. Sure, yes, adults make their own decisions, and you can't necessarily put that on their parents. Like, sometimes good people have kids that grow up to make not great decisions. It does happen. But, I don't know, it's just ironic that someone who chose the name Isis, a goddess of motherhood, has such a strained relationship with her son. But alas, we don't know much else. In 2077, Bess Isis is now working for N54 News. She's a famous journalist at this point in her life, likely in her 80s, and she was even nominated for a Pulitzer Prize for a piece she did on 600,000 nomads who were all trapped in South America, who had to walk 3,000 miles to escape corporate imprisonment, sort of. She even participated in this walk at one point. So Nancy's always been covering anti-corporate subjects, going where few other medias dared to go. She's kind of like Thompson in that sense. Another thing that Nancy did, she replaced her chest and some limbs with cybernetic implants in order to do a story on meat jumping. And meat jumping is when medical corporations like Trauma Team steal injured clients from one another mid-rescue. Nancy basically damaged herself in order to register as injured, from what I understand, so she could be an eyewitness to this life-threatening business practice. In a business that already thrives on emergency urgency, Nancy is hardcore. And she hasn't stopped being hardcore, even as a senior citizen. V is asked by Carrie to track Bess Isis down for Samurai's reunion concert. And we find her, after being told that she's been missing for a few days by a cranky assistant, in the Totentons, the nightclub owned by Maelstrom. So basically, Bess is doing a piece on the music that Maelstrom listens to, specifically music by the DJ Tinnitus, because Tinnitus's music doesn't sound to most people the same way it does to people in Maelstrom. There's all kinds of theories about how this music works, and there's still some theories that this has to do with the techno-necromancers of Alpha Centauri, but the jury is still out on that. Apparently there's a cocktail that the Maelstromers there tell you to drink to experience the music the way they do, but that's another layer to the Mr. Blue Eyes conspiracy, and now I have to cover Maelstrom. See you in the next video. Anyway, Bess can usually handle herself, but in the case that Patricia is in charge of Maelstrom, V arrives just in time to save her. Patricia thinks she's a spy, and Bess has basically been kept in a back room, the shit kicked out of her for the last few days. If Royce is in charge, even though he's not as aggressive as Patricia, he's still kind of a bit of a danger for Bess to be around. He does sit at his booth with her and talk to her about the music, and says the music has to do with cochlear implants and all that, but he's mostly just annoyed with her questions, and I don't think Bess gets all the information she wants out of Royce. But if Brick is still in charge of Maelstrom, we find Bess sitting in his booth with the Maelstrom leader, having a civil, relatively reasonable discussion. Yes, Brick is annoyed, but he's pretty nice insofar as Maelstrom goes. I think she gets more out of Brick than any other Maelstrom leader. Again, Nancy is no stranger to booster gang politics. She likely knew what she was walking into heading into the Totentons. And I think, while Patricia and Royce are both abrasive and they don't care about Bess Isis's history, I think Brick is far more likely to respect her origins as well as her work. I also just think Brick is more reasonable and stable in general when it comes to Maelstrom. Bess Isis doesn't take much convincing to join up for the reunion concert. I think she's quite pleased at the idea of playing her keyboard again. She even plans the whole gig at the Red Dirt, a callback to the old days. Bess is also the one who gifts V Johnny's guitar. To this day, she still gets shit done. After the concert, we can help Bess Isis again with the Killing in the Name quest. Rage Against the Machine, which, Rage Against the Machine is very much like Samurai in a lot of ways. In this quest, we track down the source of all the weird Bart Moss collective messages to this modded fortune teller machine in Pacifica. Somebody connected it to the net and made it spew all these cryptic messages. And this actually helps Bess earn a Pulitzer Prize, cracking these mysterious messages and discovering that they're all just a joke. A common bug occurs though, where the Pulitzer Prize win text can actually be received by V before they even complete the quest associated with it, which happened to me. So I thought when I got this text, oh, the Maelstrom deal won her the prize? No, apparently that is a bug. It's the fortune teller machine. Honestly though, I would have loved it if it was for Maelstrom's unique music. If any journalist could uncover the blue-eyed conspiracy, I think it would be Bess Isis. And yeah, I guess I know what my next big video is now. I don't have an outro anymore for this video. It's just another video where I go, yeah, the Mr. Blue Eyes video is delayed yet again for another week. Of all the bars and clubs of Cyberpunk, only one manages to feel sort of warm, and I think what gives the Coyote Coho that sort of comfort is largely because of its owner and proprietor, the fittingly dubbed Mama Wells. Mama Wells is a minor character with a lot of punch, as a woman who loses her only child, the famous son of Haywood, Jackie Wells. But there's a lot more to this lady than what meets the eye. There's an admirable strength in her character, as well as faults that I think many people can relate to when it comes to, well, moms. In the end, she's one of the few characters who is almost always there to offer comfort and prayers for V, her son's closest friend. Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories with Bela's head in the background again, where we unpack how characters shape stories and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. Guadalupe Alejandra Wells is a lifelong resident of Haywood, home of the Valentinos of Night City. Whether or not Lupe, as many call her, was a full-blown member of the Valentinos, or just affiliated with them, is up for debate. We don't know if she was ever fighting any gang wars or taking on gigs and all that, but she's certainly got a long history with the gang. Everyone in Haywood knows Mama Wells' name by 2077, and people speak it with great respect. Her bar, the Coyote Coho, is the most well-known Valentino hangout in the district, and even her bartender Pepe is affiliated with the gang. In her youth, Lupe married a Valentino named Raul, and with him she had her only child, Jackie. But Raul was abusive, and he would regularly beat his wife and son, particularly with a leather belt that V can find in Jackie's garage. When Jackie was old enough and strong enough, one day he fought back and nearly beat his father to death. Jackie told him that he would finish the job if he ever came back. And that was the last mother and son ever saw of Raoul. While I'm sure the fear of this man lingered for quite some time in their household, like when my mom ran away from her abusive father and then down the line left her abusive husband, even decades later, the fear of reprisal from both men was still very present. Time would have helped Lupe and Jackie take back their lives. Lupe, at some point, became known in Haywood as Mama Wells, largely due to her manner in running her bar. Lupe regularly, even in 2077, invites Jackie's friend V over for dinner. She can invite Jackie's girlfriend Misty over too, even after Jackie's death. She really seems to be the kind of lady who expresses love through food, a lot like my mom as well in that sense, so that definitely rings some bells for me. You can only imagine how much of a shoulder to cry on she may have been for some of Jackie's friends when they were growing up. How much of a community mother she would have been for Valentinos. In 2077, she's basically under the gang's protection, and it's hard not to understand why. Lots of people have a soft spot for this lady with this big heart. But she also takes no shit. People know better than to start actual trouble in the Coyote. Even without the threat of the Valentinos hanging over them, V can actually use Mama Wells' name to stop some Valentinos for causing some trouble in the Coyote when a couple of them are trying to shake down a really drunk guy for some money. Dropping her name and also a mention of her shotgun is enough to make them reconsider their choices in life and walk out the bar. This kind of makes me wonder if Mama Wells has far more of a storied past, potentially as a more gun-blazing member of the Valentinos. Because it seems like her name is not just an empty threat, there's something there. During her son's early adulthood, he joined up with the Valentinos. Now, it's said that Lupe wasn't super thrilled about this. She wanted Jackie as far away from a life of violence as possible. She recounts one story where her greatest fears almost came true, when Jackie, only 19 years old, was injured in a gang war between Maelstrom and the Valentinos. Jackie narrowly escaped death, but he tried to make his mother feel better by saying that he was bulletproof. Jackie could see that this did not comfort her in the way he was hoping, and it was here that he gave her his Valentino ring. A promise that he wouldn't let his time in the gang end in the way his mother feared. He was done with the Valentinos for his mother's sake. But any relief Mama Wells may have felt was short-lived, because Jackie still sought out the life of a merc. As a solo, Jackie took on lots of odd jobs, right up to his meeting with V 10 years later. But still, Jackie always came home at the end of the day. Jackie also had a number of girlfriends during this time, but Mama Wells' well-known favorite was a Haywood girl named Camila. But Camila and Jackie were not meant to be, because Jackie's heart was made for Misty. One of Mama Wells' most glaring issues is how she ostracizes Misty Olszewski. The way that she rejects her without really even knowing her. It's a very stereotypical, you're not good enough for my son kind of deal. We don't know exactly what Mama Wells has against Misty, though in Misty's own words, it is that she simply wasn't Camila. She wasn't the favorite preferred girl for Jackie. I'm kind of wondering though if it's a religious thing too, religious cultural thing maybe, because Mama Wells seems very strong in her faith, presumably the Catholicism practiced by many residents of Haywood. Misty, this gothy punk girl showing up with her crystals and her chakras and all her tarot cards, might be a relatively crazy thing for Mama Wells. She might be like, oh my god, holding up a crucifix. But Jackie never let any harsh judgment of his mother's stop him from loving Misty. You can't ignore how much it would have sucked for Jackie to hear his mom talking shit about the girl that he loved in the way that Mama Wells does. She calls Misty something along the lines of a little whore to V at Jackie's ofrenda. But Jackie still made a point to make Misty a present part of his life. Despite these tensions, Jackie still wanted to provide a better future for both his mother and for Misty, and that was what a lot of what he did in life was for. 100% Jackie had great ambitions, he was a solo through and through, but at his core, he wanted to look after the people he loved most. In 2076, Jackie meets V, or at least joins up with them, life path dependent. But these two need a place to stay, and Mama Wells lets them both stay with her for the next 6 months. Like, yeah, Jackie's her son, of course she's fine with Jackie being there, but like, V's a complete stranger in 2 out of 3 life paths, and I sort of doubt that V ever met Mama Wells in the Corpo life path. She takes on this person as a tenant in her house, not even as a tenant, she basically becomes like a mother figure to V. Mama Wells has a big heart and she does check in on V. She does miss V coming to see her later on in the game. And as big as her heart is, a lot of her heart is filled with worry about Jackie. We can actually overhear a final call between mother and son just outside the doors to the afterlife, which is some grim foreshadowing. And it's just, yeah, I hate interrupting this phone call by like coming too close. I like to just back up and let them have that final talk. As we all know, Jackie is flatlined from the events of the heist. Should you send his body back to Vic with the aim of cleaning him up so his mom doesn't have to see him bloodied, his body is actually stolen by Arasaka. Mama Wells is, of course, devastated that she doesn't even have her son's remains to grieve over. I did this in my first playthrough because my thought was, oh, I don't want Mama Wells to see Jackie like this. Vic can clean him up. But yeah, then we all know what happened then. But Jackie's body is safe in Valentino territory should you tell Delamain to take Jackie right back to her. I'm sure Mama Wells has seen some horrible things in her time. One does not reach her age in Night City, perhaps in her 50s or 60s, without seeing some shit. But here, her worst fear was basically dropped off right at her front door. I'm hoping she had Pepe with her because that would have been horrific to deal with, especially if she was alone. Not long after Jackie's cremated, Mama Wells begins planning an ofrenda for her son, inviting V and also scolding V for staying away for so long. She then gives V access to Jackie's garage so they can find something to bring to the ofrenda while she goes about planning the gathering. Now, an interesting detail here, if you listen into Mama Wells' calls when she's trying to organize the ofrenda and get everybody ready for it, she actually says to one of the people she's calling to order drinks and such that her name is Montserrat Wells. And at first I was like, is this an oversight from a previous storyline in a previous iteration of the script that was just left over? But then when you're actually at the ofrenda and you're walking around listening to everybody, you can see people referring to her as Lupe still. So now I'm wondering, was Montserrat Mama Wells' name in the street or something like that? Like, a lot of the time people in Cyberpunk, usually solos, but I'm sure that like there's all kinds of people who basically take on stage names for their work in the city. Like maybe when if she was with the Valentinos as an actual like upfront ganger, like maybe that was her name and maybe she drops it now when she needs the respect or power that name still holds. It would explain why people fear her, not just for the Valentinos protecting her, but, you know, actually fear and respect her. I don't know, it would be cool. Short story about Mama Wells back in her youth. This might also explain why she was so against Jackie being in the Valentinos, in the sense that she would have seen just how badly things can go. Like, there's a level of course, motherly concern, but then there may be another layer of, yeah, I saw some horrible things back in the day, and it's terrifying to think of that happening to Jackie. Mama Wells gathers a large crowd of Valentinos and Haywood residents for Jackie's ofrenda. A lot of people respected and loved Jackie for being the guy of honor that he was. Mama Wells thanks V for coming and for helping, and can actually give V the keys to Jackie's Ark, which is a great bike. I crash it all the time. And it's here that V can make a really important decision in regards to how Misty and Mama Wells heal from their loss. You can overhear Isabella Fusino, who actually loses her own daughter in one of Padre's gigs, remark on how Lupe's handling the loss pretty good. But you know, as strong as Mama Wells is, she's gotta be just torn the hell up on the inside. And you understand why. No parent should ever have to grieve over the ashes of their child. As mentioned earlier, Mama Wells calls Misty a very cruel name and scoffs at her presence at the ofrenda. And it's here that V can tell her just how important Misty was to her son. Indeed, V would know. V just witnessed that mandala in Jackie's garage, locked away in his most private space, his metaphorical heart in a way. Jackie kept Misty close to his heart, just as he did his mother, as we can see her in that family portrait right by his desk. These are the two people who were most important to Jackie in life, and they're still here, but if Mama Wells continues along this path, then they're both just going to be even more hurt in the end. Mama Wells is at first taken aback by V calling her out on her poor treatment of Misty, but out of respect for V, invites Misty to dinner that night. We can find out later, following the ofrenda, a couple things. First of all, should we talk to Padre about keeping an eye out for Mama Wells? He assures V that no one is ever gonna hurt her, and that he himself will keep a personal eye on her too, should she ever need someone to talk to. So she has a community to help prop her up in her grief. But the next thing, when we go speak to Misty, is that Mama Wells has done a complete 180 with her. She is fawning over Misty. She's inviting her over for dinner all the time, and even though Misty tells her she's vegan, Mama Wells still makes her meat dishes. Misty expresses discomfort with how much Mama Wells has attached herself to her, finding it a bit suffocating. She's sort of being a replacement child in a way for Jackie. Like, for sure, it's not the healthiest form of grieving, transferring her motherly love to a girl who she, up until very recently, was quite nasty to, while also bulldozing over her own personal boundaries and her own personal way of grieving. But in the end, I think that the fact that these two are able to talk to each other now does lead to a very meaningful relationship for both women at the end of the story. Mama Wells prays for V in a lot of the more tragic endings of Cyberpunk 2077, but in the endings where V is still alive and in Night City, she invites V over for dinner. She still wants V to be a part of her life and to just, feed them food. There is one where she gets kind of angry at V, and that is the star ending. She is angry that V has left Night City with the Nomads. Understandable considering the fact that in-universe Nomads have a not-so-great reputation with a lot of people. Yeah, I think with Jackie gone, she is probably very scared of being lonely. But in the Phantom Liberty ending, Mama Wells doesn't contact V. But that doesn't mean we don't see her influence in this ending. In Misty, who picks V up and dusts them off after a particularly depressing reintroduction to the City of Dreams. Misty wears Jackie's jacket even 2 years after his death, as she prepares to leave Night City. But she also sports a very familiar haircut, not unlike Mama Wells's. This could just be a styling choice by the devs, but I don't know. After reading the Cyberpunk 2077 book, no coincidence, let's just say I'm inclined to imply the titular logic here as well. I'd like to think that Misty did actually come to accept Mama Wells as family, and that she carries her chats and prayers with her wherever she goes. Maybe Misty picked up some of that Montserrat toughness to help her withstand the unfortunate downsides of the world that they live in. And maybe, just maybe, through Misty, Mama Wells can open up a bit. Maybe she learned a few more things about letting go, about not jumping the gun and judging a person first off. Maybe Mama Wells, through an increasingly healthy relationship with Misty, has done a lot to live her life these past 2 years, even without her son. Life doesn't end until it ends. Until then, we must do our best to live it well. in a way our loved ones would hope we would, in the way Jackie would hope for his mother. Skippy. Not the peanut butter, but everybody's favorite Disturbia humming AI. And no, I'm not just avoiding a mention of his physical form because YouTube will get mad at me if I mention it in the first 8 seconds. I'm not mentioning it because when it comes to Skippy, it wasn't his form that mattered, but Skippy himself. Countless players of Cyberpunk 2077 still struggle, after all these years, with the inevitable demise of Skippy, at least if you want to finish his quests. Even if he is just a program, reactions for players range from just mournful memes to some of the most vitriolic tirades about Regina Jones. Sure, the gun was fun, but even though you can get the gun back, without Skippy, and without his charming personality, it's just another hunk of metal in a metal world. Heyo, it's Liddy, and welcome to Shaped by Stories, where we unpack how characters shape stories, and how stories shape us. Let's get into it. One day, in my case, while running from the NCPD, V stumbled upon a body in an alleyway, flies a-buzzing. It probably reeks so bad back here from all the garbage that nobody's really noticed the extra stench of a rotting corpse. Next to this mystery man, lying on the ground, is a pistol, and V, who's in the habit of picking up everything they find on the street, quickly realizes that this is no normal gun, because this gun is Skippy. So the gun itself is a smart gun. It's an Arasaka Yukimura, but it's not the average smart gun because it has an experimental AI personality installed upon it. Skippy is a dry sort of character. He's definitely no Brendan. He's not there to give you good advice and warm compliments, although he does cheer a female V on for breaking the mold that most killers are men, so thank you for being an equal opportunity cheerleader in violence, Skippy. He's rather unintentionally funny.
Possible issue, low IQ, reducing speech rate by 33%. My name is Skippy.
Skippy tells V that his memory has been wiped, so he doesn't know how he ended up in the alleyway, he doesn't know who the guy is, who he was found with, but he consents to becoming V's new sidearm best friend, even if V doesn't have administrator access to his core programming in order to change his name.
Can I change your name?
No.
Why not? Considering I'm your new owner.
Increasing volume by 300%.
Skippy's got some data history in him, but I guess it's just disorganized and requires time to review. But in the meantime, despite V's limited access to this sassy little fella's systems, Skippy is more than happy to help V flatline just about anyone. But he does ask V to choose between two modes, the headshotting stone-cold killer mode, or the limb-focused puppy-loving pacifist. With pacifist, you can still flatline people, you're just more likely to knock them out, though. Short though V's time with Skippy is, we do get some great lines from him.
You are going to burn hell. Say anything to continue.
Anything.
Automated response. Ha ha ha. The joke gets funnier the more you say it. Fun fact. Women account for 44% of road rage victims. Impressive weaponry. Why, thank you.
As well as many renditions of a very particular part of Rihanna's Disturbia.
Bum bum be dum bum bum be dum.
What are you doing?
I'm making the wait more pleasant with a soothing melody.
Also, fun fact, Skippy has the same voice actor as Adam Smasher and El Capitan and Anders Hellman, which I just thought was a very, like, oh my god, this guy's range is insane. Skippy really seems to like the song Disturbia. I tried to find some sort of meaning there with the actual word Disturbia. Disturbia itself is a portmanteau of disturbing and suburbia. Basically, it conveys a perceived sense of distress about modern life, especially middle-class consumerism in American suburbs. Which, yeah, you know, I guess like that feeling of disturbia is a central theme of living in Night City, even though it's definitely like more urban, but people are probably still live in a state of day-to-day disturbia that is so normal to them they don't even really question it anymore. And Skippy being in the hands of whoever is trying to navigate that Night City disturbia just serves to perpetuate more of the violence and anxiety of that disturbia. So, oh well. And also does happen to have a cap for how much death he's willing to cause. After flatlining 50 people or so, Skippy will pipe up and refuse to enter Stone Cold Killer mode, permanently locking him into puppy-loving pacifist mode. Despite this, Skippy still continues to be his usual self, full of fun facts and all kinds of dry comments, and also apologizing for shooting his load too early, sometimes for missing whoever V is aiming at. At least he's polite about it.
Error. Premature discharge. I'm sorry. This never happens.
Skippy has some glitches as well, as his AI software is experimental, so be careful if you're aiming at someone in stealth, or if a cop happens to walk by. I do find it interesting that what could be explained as like just experimental technology having a lot of bumpy roads to navigate, a lot of problems that will need fixing, is personified as making Skippy kind of clumsy and bashful and like, whoopsies, I did it again. It makes it almost endearing. What would otherwise be an annoying bug in the system is a feature. Eventually though, Skippy discovers who his owner actually is. None other than Watson fixer Regina Jones. V can say that they don't want to return him, but Skippy will actually start complaining and saying, bad! He's not happy with V. He just wants to go back to Regina, so we take him home to the Yaiba building just behind Lizzie Wizzy's. Which, also, fun fact, apparently Kiwi lived in this building in Edge Runners. I just thought that was really cool. Regina is happy to get her gun back. Not only is Skippy quite useful, he's quite the unique personality. But Regina, upon realizing he's stuck in pacifist mode, resets Skippy to his factory setting. The personality we knew as Skippy has been wiped from existence. He is gone. And so are all Skippy's memories of our adventures with him. Or if you do view Skippy through a more personified lens, Regina killed him, wiped his software dead. It's just like Brendan all over again being betrayed by Jerry. It's not murder because it's an AI, but then people be like, it's murder because it was Skippy! This is gonna serve as proof in my Regina is actually evil video, which is coming soon. V can actually bring up this whole subject of you killed Skippy to Regina. They're just stunned at how quickly Regina deleted this little guy. The personality of Skippy was a result of his programming evolving over time into this unique personality. But now he's just a very monotone, boring sounding voice that Regina named Daisy. And granted, Daisy could become a whole other personality in time, who knows? But Regina is just like, what do you mean? He's just an AI. Get a dog. Which makes me think of Brendan, and how Brendan's programmer totally just deleted the poor guy without a second thought because he wanted to protect his marital secrets. There's so many different ways you can look at what Regina does. Skippy was always meant to enhance the gun and to make it better, etc., and with Skippy being all messed up, well, then we gotta fix it by resetting it. While it doesn't seem to be morally right to delete this personality that has been evolving on its own in a way, and, you know, from there we can go in so many directions. I do love that the side quests in this game have thought-provoking moments like this. Maybe there was a way to fix the gun without wiping Skippy. That would have been an interesting way to extend the quest line. Passing a speech check or picking up something earlier on. I don't know, maybe if there was just something else that could have allowed us to upgrade Skippy. I don't know, and keep the little guy. Like, it's a fun little conundrum, but also I wish that they had something like that in the quest line. But get a dog. Gee, thanks, Regina. V leaves with some eddies to tie them over, but as V says, without Skippy, things are so quiet now. A few days later, we can get a text from Regina, who offers us Skippy, just without his AI core. He's just a gun at this point. Even though the gun might still say Skippy on it, The Skippy we knew and either loved or hated is gone. There's lots of unique, smart weapons in this game that are way better than Skippy, at least I felt, but none of them are quite like Skippy. Personification is a powerful thing. It's not even necessarily bad in moderation. It's like when you're a kid and you attach all this meaning to your favorite toy. Sure, all the imaginary stuff you got going on with that toy in your head isn't real, but you get attached. And of course, it's way easier to personify something when it talks and has a little avatar like Skippy. If we want to talk more about code itself like ChatGPT, like, sure, it's code, but I know a lot of people who talk to it like it's a person. Like, you should see some of the chats that my mom has with ChatGPT while she's cooking or while she's setting something up in the garden. My mom, who's in her 60s, doesn't, like, speak rudely to ChatGPT. She doesn't treat it like a Google search. She's very friendly and polite to it. And yeah, V can optionally personify Skippy as well. He's funny, he has a goofy little avatar, and that's about all it takes. Or V can just be like, whatever, it's just an annoying gun that talks.